So it begins.
So sorry about that, everybody. Welcome on into another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Since I am late for a very important date, let me just go ahead and check in with everyone first. I think that's my protocol for this moving forward. If I'm on time, then I will, if I'm on time, then I'll do my usual routine first. If I'm late, then I'll check in with you guys first. I think that's a happy compromise. Welcome on in to both user 11 and FDA with age, or I'm sorry, that would be Aiden. I almost forgot. almost, not quite. Hopefully you both are doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for tuning in to the beginning. Aiden says, yo, what's good? Things are going okay with me. Just another, frenetic Friday, to borrow the parlance of a song. But other than that, I do not like. That would be why. I thought something weird was happening with the audio. I'm glad I looked at that. And it looks like maybe... Yeah, okay. I wondered what was going on. I'm sure, like, the capture card audio was fine. It's just my audio was bad. Before we get started, I like to take an opportunity to thank our contributors and play the wonderful camera mini game. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I read at the start of each and every stream after the commercial break, you know, you got to chuck some coins at me. That's really about it. Just chuck some coins. And the way to chuck coins at me is either through Twitch subscriptions, Patreon or coffee memberships, or donations of $2 or more. Like one-time donations of $2 or more will get your name on this panel. It's just to prevent spam more than anything. Thank you guys so much for being here, and a special thank you to our to those that are being financially generous with their money on this fine holiday season. I do not have any Twitch subscribers or Patreon patrons or one-off contributors, but I would like to thank people who have used those avenues in the past. Your contributions have been worthwhile this year, I assure you. And I would like to take a moment to thank Mr. Rasby the player for their continued Coffee Valkyrie tier membership. That is the $5 tier that opens it up to that opens the stream up to more direct collaborative opportunities, things of that nature. Thank you so much, good sir, and please do enjoy all the wonderful benefits that come along with that. Oh, right, let me make sure I've hit the appropriate button. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make sure all that is set. Should be good to go. Firebot should be a bit more responsive today. For those on Twitch, I just updated it to the beta version today, so a lot of features got changed in the 5.65 beta. A lot of toggle permissions also became a lot easier to turn on and off, and some new things, of course, have been added. I have also done a couple of other new things. Number one, I have made a new color code for the check-ins. I made a specific color code just for that. They are blue. I've made a new check-in for people that have asked for it. Okay, so I just played that, and I need to tinker that volume just a little bit. Probably a +7 maybe. Someone else can tell me if it was incredibly loud or quiet, but I think if I just edit the volume to be I would say 30% quieter, we probably have it. Probably. Aiden says one of your exes wants to date you again. General rule of thumb, don't date your exes. There's a good reason that they're your ex. You should really like hone in on that fact and not let them do that. Now, of course, I'm not the arbiter of relationships, or anything. Do what you want. I just know there's a reason that conventional wisdom generally holds true, and it is because people have a tendency to forget why relationships ended up souring in the first place. And if someone doesn't become your ex unless either A, the chemistry's not there, that might be a bit more acceptable for like a second date. Or B, the more common thing is something has soured in the relationship. Double standards, purity tests, financial issues, that sort of thing. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, good sir, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. I was just discussing the new changes that I have made to the channel point commands and a couple of other things. the check-in's got a new color code, and there's a new specific check-in that was on request from people who pay me money. And I have only one of those, so people can probably take a good guess. The more important thing before I go over what happened last time, on Twitch, this is a Twitch exclusive because there are Twitch channel points for it. If you look under your channel point rewards, I have a new community channel points challenge. I've set it out to be a whole month. And you guys can pay in channel points to make the community challenge happen. I set it to a goal that I thought would be reasonable for both veterans and new people alike. It's basically double of the it's double the channel point cost of the what the fox didn't say. It's not super disruptive, but since everyone can contribute and stuff like that, I thought doubling that cost would be fair. And I think between a lot of the channel regulars, if you guys want to make that happen, you don't need to do a rigmarole of like 15 people. You guys can just ask me to put up a channel points challenge and I can do that. That'll be way better. Aiden says you're not even looking for a girl though, like you don't want one because of what they do to men. It's not every woman, it's not every girl, it's not every, AFAB person. That means assigned female at birth. That's what that means. It's not every one of them. It really just comes down to like individual raising more than anything. Just like with men, there are certain things that men are guilty of. It's why men get hopping mad over the not all men argument. It's why misogyny and misandry are so common, because everyone forgets that, you really shouldn't be applying sweeping broad standards for, an entire population. Women shouldn't call men terrible. Men shouldn't say women suck. Yada, yada, blah, blah. It's just everyone projecting their own negative, bad experience, onto the other sex. And it's not, that's not a good thing. Instead, Aiden says you were in jail for doing stuff like, you am a bad kid. There are no good or bad people. There are just people that make terrible decisions, and there are people that make fantastic decisions. I kind of extend the lead developer for Nier Automata. Like him, he has a philosophy about world history, and I very much like to follow it. In history, there are no good or bad people. There are just people making decisions. And the net sum of those decisions is what we see in history today. Some decisions are clearly more deleterious than others. Some decisions are more beneficial than others. But there's no moral relativism being applied, if that's making any sense. Like, good, bad, wicked and evil versus holy and sacred. Those things don't really exist in human history in like the traditional sense. You could get pretty close to it with some philosophies and some religious dogmas, but not directly. Mr. Jason says, that was a good idea, Mr. Coin, but it would have still been fun for Mr. User to try to source 15 other people. Hey, I would have enjoyed the company, but I also don't want to make people come in just for that. That seems really silly. So I figured the community points challenge is like a nice compromise. Mr. Jason says, adding Mr. Coin as your executive VP was a really good decision for you. Thank you, Mr. Jason, as always. We have still not done a recap, so let me get on it. Last time, on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we continued making our way downtown, down the river, just collecting a bunch of Korok seeds. We also went and got a cave shrine done. You know, etc., etc. And today we're going to do more of the same. My hope is to finish all the Koroks today and, you know, lock in on the cave shrine that is somewhere in here today. That's my goal. With any luck, we can get that, and it shouldn't be a problem. And then after that, you know, we can move on to caves and stuff. Like all of the caves we didn't go get. Isn't that just fantastic? If you guys want to follow along as we are collecting all of the Koroks, all of the Koroks, shrines, heck, you can even filter for weapon locations or, you know, gloom hands. You could do that. Type in !TOTK MAP. If you're on YouTube, you can type in * or star TOTK MAP. I should have a bot on YouTube coming in with the commands every so often, just in case, you know, I don't get to it or what I'm saying doesn't make intuitive sense. You could just look at the bot. I also have those commands available on my Discord as well. It's called the commands channel, under my content resources category. I have a bunch of stuff. I have the commands in there listed for everyone to reference for easy use. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, if we reach the community goal and you wear the hat for an entire stream and then you reach the goal for a second time, would that also be a recap?
Another one.
No, stop. Ah, I see what happened. Okay. I accidentally dragged a button on my soundboard, which is what happens when I'm using my non-dominant hand, I should say. Really, if I could swap these, that would be great. But swap my computer positions, that would be fantastic. But I don't think that's happening in any time in my future. So, well, not much to do other than continue. I'm trying to make sure. Was there anything left that I needed to discuss? Not particularly. We've done the recap. I've explained what my goals and intentions are today. And I was just explaining the map command. So, yeah, time to mark some Koroks. We're going to go ahead and continue marking some. I generally mark about 6 at a time. Just easier that way. Kind of go from there. I do have a jokes and puns counter underneath me, appropriately labeled. The counter is a little bit more responsive. Lots of things are responsive. I'm actually pretty happy that I have done a Firebot update today. The Firebot was getting to be a bit of a slug before, and it's nice that it is no longer a slug. It's pretty responsive, and the UI is even more intuitive than before. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin did the recap. Mr. Coin explained the commands. Mr. Jason made a pun. I think we're up to date, Mr. Coin. I do too. Aiden says you wish that you were 16. Why specifically 16? Would that have been, you know, back in high school, I suppose? Or, you know, before some traumatic event happened? I mean, I too wish I was a relatively young person again. I wish I were a college-age student, then I wouldn't make... You know, I would tell myself not to make the mistakes I made the first time with college. I'm not even sure I got the sneeze. I apologize if I blew someone's ears. Blew people's eardrums out. Let me just do this. We're gonna turn right back around. I don't know why the steering is super heavy, but it is. It says, so you can go live and 15 in high school. Oh, you're younger. That's what you're trying to say. No, I wouldn't call you a bad child. Yeah, there really is no such thing. Everyone, makes bad decisions, makes mistakes. No one's perfect. The idea with, getting to live life is that, if you do make a bad decision, quote unquote, you can fix it. You have the time to fix it. You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to make corrections. Even considering the whole, some things on your permanent record, your, country or citizen's record or whatever, provided enough time has passed and you continue to work hard, you may be able to get whatever happened expunged, or to put it another way, wiped from the record. Like, that could be happening. I want to say it's either going to be an acorn or we're going to be climbing a tree. I get the feeling we're going to be climbing a tree. Oh, no, that's not what it is at all. Oh, what you mean by live is that you can live stream? Ah, okay, that's making a lot more sense now. Thank you for the clarification. Live streaming is cool. Heck, just about everyone is doing it these days. Okay, methinks maybe... Are you serious, game? Oh, okay, video game. Sure. So it turns out that was actually some friends, and I need to actually stop by here to make that happen. Alright, we got a show to do. But yeah, live streaming is cool. What are you thinking of live streaming, Aiden, when you get when you come of age, so to speak? Mr. Jason says, as you said the other day, Mr. Coin, you love this community. You truly do. I do too. You have the ever-wise Mr. Rasby, who's pledged his loyalty to the Conciliate and to the Godfather. You have the ever-quick User 11, who's been doing really well with being first in the chat and improving on their jokes. The Spinster Extraordinaire, Mr. Shiny. The Mr. Bear type, and then Alan, to which no one can reasonably assign a descriptor to. Alan just kind of exists. They're just a thing. Uh-oh. Not good. Okay. Aiden says, well, do you know I Show Speed? He's kind of famous or infamous, depending on... I know of him. That's what I'll say. I know of him. I know a few things that he's done, mostly from the perspective of YouTube documentaries. He's kind of something of a YouTube legend. Yes, Mr. Korak, we know that you're tired, but if you wait, we could get you to your friend, and then you can get out of my hair. Aiden says you want to do live streams like him. Hopefully the zany, entertaining parts, and not the, I set off a firecracker in my house kind of live streams, because I think that was the most recent thing he was kind of known for. He's set his abode on fire like twice. He's also done lots of ludicrous things, but like him or hate him, at least he does in fact entertain people. But the whole putting firecrackers in your house is just that's a step too far, I think. But good luck. Good luck with that, Aiden. I hope that I hope that that is successful for you. And with any luck, maybe you'll also get famous on the internet, and not infamous on the internet. That would be the hope. Game, would you like to give me my hover bike? Would you like to tell me what you did with it? No? Okay. Nice Zonite shield. I will replace the strong one with this. I was wondering when I was gonna get a replacement strong shield. Mr. Jason says on YouTube, unless it is a load of rubbish that people have made up, as that happens a lot on the internet. I'm sure that you saw some documentaries where he was embroiled with a crypto scam. I show speed like that precise person. Okay, video game. I need you to like... Okay, over there. I was really concerned that we were not going to find that. Aiden says you're really close to the subs you have? Nice. With any luck and consistent long-form content and short-form content uploads, you'll surpass me. And then you'll go on to surpass several other people who are kind of just trudging along in YouTube. I hope that goes well for you. Mr. Jason says that is the person that they're talking about. I see. I can't say I'm surprised if your success falls off, or, you know, you need to do zanier and zanier things to get views. Then you're gonna start doing not just reckless stuff, but stupid, possibly illegal stuff. I'm really in large part not a fan of that. Again, assuming that that is true. Ooh, do we have that right? Ah, good. Cool. I was wondering if I was going to make that. I think the platform moved, though, to make that happen. Okay, let me go ahead and mark off these Koroks just real quick. Yeah, crypto is fine. Like, cryptocurrencies are fine, you know, just use Bitcoin. Don't use anything else. If you're going to purchase crypto, purchase Bitcoin. It's stable. Yes, there are market fluctuations, just like quite literally anywhere else. Like any other currency has, like, valuations and fluctuations and things like that. Bitcoin is stable and doesn't have, like, direct crimes tied to it. People using Bitcoin for nefarious purposes is, like, the extent of that. That's fine. The digital world exists. I can't put the genie back in the bottle and say, no crypto. I'm willing to bet that if... hello? What's the deal? Is there like a... There's gotta be like a flower trail or something. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I thought. But the thing is, if people cared about the Earth and they cared about the environment, we wouldn't be using crypto at all. Do you guys know how much, like, farming, how much electricity crypto farming requires? You can't just, like, write code in and make it happen. You've got to actually generate that through power. There are whole server farms. There are YouTube server farms, or I should say just general computer server farms, that are responsible for generating tons and tons and tons and tons of cryptocurrency. It's just as energy intensive as AI usage is. It's really, really bad for our planet. And as more and more people continue to use crypto, we're going to see spikes in water and electricity prices to the point that most people are going to be priced out of owning homes or being able to even pay for utilities in like about 2 decades if this like current trend continues. It's bad. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason doesn't particularly watch YouTube big names. I don't watch them, but I am aware of them. The only YouTube big name I do watch, you know, outside of like, let's see. I would guess like Lord Minion, or Chilled Chaos is about as close as I get to like YouTube big names. And even then, only sometimes. Chugga Conroy would be like the other YouTube big name that I've watched, and even then, even he doesn't pull in as many numbers as like, you know, the big like 3 did back in the day. Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and PewDiePie. No one can pull in their numbers unless they're, you know, doing silly things like I Show Speed, or, you know, the Hawk Tua lady, etc., etc. If you're not being controversial and a bit of a scumbag, you're just not getting too many views. It's quite sad. Mr. Jason goes on to say, and you also do not go to their streams. You don't have the patience to have your message just get lost in a chat. You can highlight your message. It's more likely to be read if you do that. It's not a guarantee, but I mean, that's just kind of how it goes in big streams. If I ever get big, I'm going to be worried that, you know, people are going to like, oh, well, the magic is lost. The magic is lost. You're too big. You don't read every message. And I'm going to be like, well, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing about supporting streamers, right? Like content creators, you want them to be big. You don't support them so they stay small. There are a few people who do that. And generally, sooner or later, those people try to execute some big power move. Like, there have been Reddit stories about people donating a ton of money. Donating a ton of money, like upwards of like $100 or $200, as sort of like a, you know, the carrot and stick. And then when the YouTuber or the other content creator, inevitably here, fails to read the message, quote unquote, when they fail to read the message or pay sufficient attention to the person who blew a big load of money on them, it can be concerning. The lack of attention can result in stalking, death threats, doxing. I've seen the laundry list. There you can find YouTube documentaries about this stuff. It's all true. It's not always true 100% of the time, but it is true. It has happened. So that's why I try to cultivate this space in such a way that, you know, I can't control people, but I can at least make myself more of the reason why, you know, people come to the stream and not, you know, you blew $200 on me, so now I'm gonna worship at the altar of you forever. That's too much parasocial relationship. Too much. You don't know how people enjoy sending a message knowing that it will likely never be read unless you send them a generous donation. And even then, that is not ideal. That's kind of the point. It's how people make their money. You can also spend channel points if you're on Twitch to do that. But, you know, if you're doing Twitch, YouTube for a living, if you're doing Kick for a living, you cannot just... You have to provide incentives for people to donate to you, to pay you out. And if payout means a guaranteed message read, that's what people are going to do. That's what the more unscrupulous people will probably do. Or even just the desperate. If I were desperate enough, I could see myself trying to pursue something like that. You never know what an animal will do when it is cornered and or desperate. Humans included, by the way. Mr. Jason says, if you get big, you can always shoot me a DM. Too true. Absolutely too true. Mr. Jason says, I'd always support you, Mr. Quinn. I appreciate that, as you were doing with you in the rather large organization. Yes, sir. I'm vaguely aware. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Thank you for the watch streak, and thank you for coming in, good sir. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. And as you've quite frankly just figured out, or like went and checked, I do in fact have check-ins. I put in the check-in that you've requested. I even have the color coding for that. I even have color coding for those, so they're more easily visible. I kind of thought I wouldn't need to make a new color code, if I'm being honest. And you guys can let me know if it's like unnecessary, or whatever. But I kind of think the extra color code makes the check-ins easier to find. That is at least just me. Okay, I'm gonna park this and I'm gonna go find what we're looking for. Mr. Resby says new color code is good. Thank you very much, good sir. It is always nice to hear a Valkyrie give their opinion, especially seeing as how people at those tiers pay me money. I want to make sure I'm taking that opinion more seriously than I normally do. Okay, I'm heading the wrong direction. Let's not do that. Also something that's new, Mr. Rasby, is I have a new bitch better, there was a song once, bitch better have my money. Yeah, that's true. I don't remember. I never listened to such a song, but it does sound vaguely familiar to me. I can't believe I just never paid attention to this trick about the cork. Wonk. Yes, waterboarding cork. My favorite activity. Waterboarding inanimate soft wood. So glad that Mr. Rasby censored the word. The parents are watching, but insert the distortion here. Mr. Rasby, you may have noticed the pinned community challenge at the top of the chat pane. I put together a new community initiative. If people want me to wear the hat for the next stream, like the whole stream, the whole way through, then people can contribute points to make that happen. It's double the cost of what the fox didn't say. Uh-oh. Oh, it should literally be down there. As Twisted Fate once said, nobody touches the hat. I know Twisted Fate's got like the whole cowboy poker player thing going on, but I couldn't do a Twisted Fate impression if I tried. So And I definitely gave a very bad attempt at that. Anyway, other than like that and the color coding, there really isn't too many new things going on the channel. Nice, nice. I love ramming into random objects. I love that. Resby says you could do a good impression of it. You have a sound effect on Discord with it. Awesome. Objectifying bitches. Yes, that's a great... Damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. You know what I forgot to do? My lovely senators, I forgot to set the tag for the maturity for Twitch yesterday. I forgot again. I had a lot I needed to talk about with my folks yesterday, so that's in large part why that happened. I do in fact apologize for dropping the ball on that. I usually don't make that many slip-ups about that in quite such a short stint. Stressby says, good that you're censoring it, such that the parents know. You're doing your part. Yes, you are, good sir. I much appreciate that. The parents are very pleased. The fairly godparents? Wait, what now? Where's the Chris Crocker at? I need him somewhere in my soundboard. Also, did I miss one? Mr. Jason, I did in fact miss one. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, if you wear the hat and then make it suddenly disappear, would that be a hat trick? Too true. You didn't need the question mark. Of course you didn't. Of course you did. I mean, wait, what? You know, typos ahoy. Mr. Resby says, women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fathers and godfathers, all will find a way to use now that the road is clear. Oh, no, I don't think so. Nope, that is nice. Good waste of dazzle fruit. All will find their way to us now that the road is clear. Okay, that's making a teensy bit more sense. No. How about definitely not? Get lost. Never mind. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you'll be slightly... Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you'll be slightly delayed on your return after break. Very well, Mr. Jason, take your time. Also, please tell me that someone else spotted what just happened. Where it's like, oh, I put up the puff shroom, and then they were like, wait, where did they go? It's just like, they couldn't find me anywhere. Really strange. Let me make sure YouTube's okay. Okay, YouTube hasn't changed any, so I believe we're good there. Oh, I mean, it's anyone's check-in that they want to, like, have happen. I probably do need to trim that to 6 seconds. If I'm being honest, I believe I can make that happen. I have the audio track. I just wanted to get that done, you know, kind of nice and early, but I may need to tinker around with the check-in for my purposes. So that I can continue to be solvent as a content creator. Also, and like maybe not more interesting news, but just in like other news, I want to like show this real quick. Ta-da! I got new oversized shoes yesterday. I wear like a size 10 on average in dress shoes. Anyone want to take a guess what size these are? I'll give my lovely senators like 3 guesses. Doesn't matter who uses them, just 3. But I did give you a hint. And that hint is they are not size 10. They are oversized. Oh, methinks we need to ascend somewhere. That would make a lot of sense, but that's not the only thing it could be. Or maybe I'm not high up. Mr. Jason says that was a joke guess. That's fair. I didn't count that one. I kind of figured it was a joke. Size, colon, big. Big, huge, enormous. I don't know. Aromantic infundibulum. Okay, that last one was kind of a gag answer. Like, obviously that word had nothing to do with, being big. I could actually tell you what that word means. That like, gobbledygook, what that meant. Aromantic infundibulum is the name of the school of magic that is responsible for once flying, for having the flying shory cities in Pathfinder, in the Pathfinder lore. That was the magic they used. It's part electric thaumaturgy and part ritual air magic. It's actually, oh, I think I see what my problem is. My problem is I didn't fly high enough. Ain't no mountain high enough to keep me from getting to that Korok seed. Please don't get mad, YouTube. It was just a gag, and or Twitch. I've been gagged on both platforms before for that. It's just a joke. Just a joke, guys. Okay. I mean, this thing still flops over. It just doesn't, you know, flip after it's landed quite as easily. All right, do we have... Okay, cool. I'll take a pinwheel. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, we only have 148 of these, you know, little jerkwads left to go. Couldn't be happier. Of course, you know, that's not the only thing we have to worry about, but... Oh, that's actually the last one? Alrighty. Let's mark up 6 more. Even though I want to very badly go check what that is. You know what? Fine. The game has piqued my curiosity. I want to see... I want to see what that is. Mr. Jason says, you know one thing, though, Mr. Coin? What's that, Mr. Jason? 1, 2. Mr. Jason says it is undoubtedly going to take quite a while for any of the TCC reforms. All of them must be put to the board as well. That's fair. That's totally fine. The whole deal with that conversation was to just, you know, get it on your desk, so to speak. Get it on your desk. You know, put things in the crosshairs, and we're keeping things moving. You know, there's the pacing isn't glacial anymore. Even if this next part is going to be glacial, right? We've at least taken one shoe and put it in front of the other shoe now. And that's really about all we need for the most part. And of course, you know, that's still your Discord. It's still the TCC's, your brainchild. It's not mine. Wait. Bye. Take a hike, Yiga clan. Okay, I'm gonna get this a little closer to the hole that we found, and then we're gonna go in. Just gonna do it like that. Then we can just tilt up. That's close enough for government work. I don't know about anyone else, but that's at least how I feel about that, what just happened. Okay, we're gonna put this in here, and we're gonna see how far down this little hole goes. Because it's not marked on the map. It's not. There's nothing to indicate what this is. So this tells me this is like just some ruins nearby. Interesting. Wow, what is this? Mr. Jason says, when addressing the board, you can have a different way to approach. You can approach the board formally, but authoritatively, whereas they would have to approach, formally. Oh, okay, yeah. Whereas they have to approach you, me, and Jamie in a more formal way. That is within your remit. I don't mind if, as long as people keep to like the minimum level of formalness required. I don't mind formal phrasing, but I could like do without it. I don't need it as much. I think in some ways that's a strength that I have, is that people can be more candid with me, more not necessarily less honest, just like more direct. I appreciate people being more direct than anything. Okay, so what's the deal with this? Why is this here? There's like this pool of water. My guess is that either we drain it or we fill it up. One of those two things. Not really... It's not really clear what's going on here, actually. It feels like I should just be able to, like, move somewhere in here. Stu Jason says, yes, you have a good approach, Mr. Coin. I've seen your messages. You maintain a distinct level of formality that you require, but add a touch of casualness to it. The idea is to disarm. If people were tense, you know, they're not tense anymore. When people aren't tense, they're more likely to talk to you about, you know, what's actually wrong. You can't do that if people are on pins and needles waiting for... You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. As always, you know, Aiden, Mr. Jason, Mr. Rasby, you know, User 11, I appreciate everyone. If you guys like my content and hadn't considered doing so already, or you like me or my audience, please do consider following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel out for free. I might add, I really want to emphasize that word, free. It's just a few clicks. It only takes but a moment of your time, and please make sure the notification bells are turned on so you don't miss any content. Please also consider checking out my Discord. For those of you on YouTube, you can type in, it should just be star or asterisk Discord. Let's see if I'm right. And if not, I can maybe try to like force streamer.bot to do something about that. No, those are pending actions. It's just like not recognizing what I'm typing. I've been like fiddling around with this for a while and it's just not done anything. Let me see, is there a way I can like test an action or something? Edit trigger. Okay, test trigger. I can do that. No, it's just straight up not working. I might need to make a new command for this then. That's fine. Like I was saying before, we do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. They last for 3 minutes. There'll be a timer above my head. When that timer reaches 0 at the top of after the top of the hour, I'll be back at my desk and we can get back to gaming. The thing we're here for, other than me, the thing we care about. We want to see Link going hot, hit, hot, yeah, and not anything else. Okay, meme insertion aside, I highly recommend you guys stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, whatever else have you. Or, don't. I'm not your parent. I don't tell you what to do. And, the commercial break will well and truly be over before you know it. Let's see. Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to push out the Discord server for me, good sir, I would greatly appreciate it. And while you're doing that, I will, of course, read the rest of your messages. Mr. Jason says, I'm really glad that we had that conversation earlier today. No problem. You don't typically share your backstory, but you've been burned. You've been burned by since the TCC is closed now, and so your opinion does not reflect how you think internally. Jerks in the past, and Jerks is putting it nicely. Yeah, I could totally see that. Also, every community has its thorns. Every community, has actors in it that are self-aggrandizing or selfish. That's just a human condition. There's not much to do about it except, try to be a better person. Walk away. Make changes for the better. Such that while you're more aware of the treachery that people are capable of, you do not punish honest people who have not shown you an ounce of it at the same time. There's a fine balance to walk. As with most things in life, there's always that deadly 7-letter word that whenever I say it, people are like, really? Really, dude? Come on. We all know that balance is boring. Balance is boring, but it's best. It makes the world go round. Needless to say, I'll have to see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that. I was fiddling around with the command during the commercial break, trying to like get the Discord to work. I'm not really sure what I need to do about it. It could be something with streamer.bot's API being broken when it comes to like integrations and stuff. I really need to like sit down more and play around with it. I have yet to do that. I've yet to do that seriously, and it's it's pretty frustrating. That said, before moving on, we're just gonna take an opportunity, maybe drop down like this. Somewhere along here, anyway. Don't even think about it. And we're going to... I'm going to find this Korok seed before continuing, which I think is, like, right here. So hopefully everybody got a decent commercial break. You know, not the commercials themselves, of course, but... you know, other stuff. I'm hoping people got something they wanted out of the time that they spent doing other stuff. I wish I could say the same, but I'm trying to get streamer.bot to, you know, behave itself. Okay, I've gotten that one. So I feel pretty good about marking 6 more now. And we'll kind of like just make our way toward the objective of the thumbnail. Like to get that done a little bit sooner today than normal. Also, as a reminder, I'll of course say this at the end of the stream as well, but I do take weekends off. So you guys will be seeing me on Monday when next we meet. Just putting that out there so that, you know, no one's surprised. I do have my schedule on the Discord as well. There's a calendar tab under the content resource, or a calendar channel under the content resources category. And that projects the calendar out to a certain number of... Did I get that one? And just didn't mark it. I think I did. Yeah, I sure did. Okay. Yeah, it's literally on the okay. Yep, got it. All right, we can keep going then. What about this one? Maybe here? Yeah, right there. And then... Oh, is that... Okay, yep, that's a Korok friend. So where's the real one we need to grab? Over by the stable, it looks like. Yeah, right in front of the stable. That's making some sense. Then we could kind of go from there, and then we'll kind of like swoop back in toward the Skyview Tower, actually. Okay, this one's like here, and this last one that we want to grab before doing anything else is over here at the Veiled Falls. Okay, let's try to like find... let's try to find our hover bike. I don't need to remember it as much. Oh, it would have been over here. I'm a fool. Anyway, yeah, so what do you guys have going on this weekend? You guys got anything fun planned for the weekend? I don't think I do, but I'm gonna spend this weekend working on commands. I'm gonna spend this weekend working on Pathfinder stuff. I'm gonna spend this weekend working toward what will be working toward what will be a video to replace my explanation for the shill. That it would be nice if I could just not have that going on. Nice. Bye. Oh, okay. Hold on. I believe I've just marked off count 'em, two little things on the way in. Let's mark one at a time and go from there. That feels like an acorn to me. Let's see if I'm right. I sure am. We'll use this one, sure. So I'm gonna be busy, as always, but I feel like I'm drowning in work. I'm drowning in non-paying work, I might add. The only thing that pays out is like Twitch, and even then, you know, I get paid peanuts. I am trying to like kickstart my process into making the smutty literature, but I don't know. I've just got so many things on my plate that I consider more important that I've not stopped yet. Just do that. Bye-bye. I've not stopped yet to consider the fact that making money is kind of critically important to me right now. Just for whatever crazy reason. Ooh, hello. I'm willing to bet that it's either up here at the tip top or it's internal. Or there's a flower trail we need to find somewhere. It's probably a flower trail. But I don't see anything obvious. Or there's like another platform somewhere. Let's go take a quick poke around. I'm sure we'll find something. So I'm gonna try to, you know, make time to have fun this weekend. I have been having some fun lately. I've been routing an alternative run for Elden Ring Reforged. Because there's a new mechanic for how you get the Oracle remedies. You no longer buy them from merchants, which is fine. That's fine. It's nice. There's, you know, like an overview or like an overworld method to obtain them. I'm just not used to it. And that means I gotta make note of all of the Oracle shrines, or maiden shrines that we were seeing. That I was seeing in the midst of, you know, playing on my own. And of course I've been using lightning. I think what I'll try to do is, you know, I'll put out another community challenge. I think these are ways to like get people in Discord to participate. What I'm not sure is like what the challenge is. I don't know what I should stick to as far as a challenge is concerned. Because if I'm not careful, the community point challenges, the community channel point challenges could just turn into, you know, voting in Twitch 2.0, and I don't want that. I want voting to stay in a place where it matters. So I wanted to feel more like something. I want the community channel point challenges to feel more like something oh, there's this thing, it's not a guarantee to happen, but it's also not important necessarily if it does happen. So if you want to make it happen, you need to show me you really want it. If that's making any amount of sense. Which it probably isn't. And that's just a matter of, you know, not being precise enough with my language. Really what it boils down to is I want the community channel point challenges to not step on the toes of the voting gimmick. I want to avoid that, because then what's the point of voting? We could just do channel points instead. Although I should say voting on or channel point redemptions, I'm sorry, not redemptions, channel point objectives like this on Twitch kind of like exclude YouTube and Kick by design. And I say Kick like I'm streaming there. I'm not yet. But I'm wanting to kind of, I want to find a balance for that feature. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. The TCC's operating hours are closed, is what it is. So I'm the American branch manager. That's kind of what my role is. So we have a day cycle and a night cycle at the TCC. I'm part of the night cycle, strictly speaking. As TCC time is modeled off of Greenwich Mean Time, I think, GMT. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So, because I'm American and, you know, not British, I'm not part of the daytime hours. Which? Diswitch. I don't know. Diswitch even. Switch, Nintendo Switch, Light Switch.
Sure, Jan.
Yes. As soon as it left my lips, I knew it was bad. It's fine. I kind of said the bad joke on purpose. So there you bloody go. Well, hello, Addison. What are you doing here, buddy? Oh, wait, I know exactly what you're doing. Being an oaf. What? What are these signs you're making? I'm pretty sure Hudson is not making these signs. Can't be. The guy is too confident. It's gotta be you. You gotta be the one making the signs. Holy hell in a handbasket. That's just terrible. Stop being incompetent. Stop being incompetent, Addison. I mean it. Let's see, what other weekend plans could I discuss, you know, safely, while we're having this lovely conversation about the TCC? Ooh, hello, is that? I guess they've given us some lumber for such a purpose. We could, like, put one in the other hole. Okay, hold on. Nope, I already put it too far off to the side. It's this one right here. No, game. That is not how I had you snap that on. For the love of God. Why, game? Why do you want to snap that way? Anyway. Let's see, can we do this? I think so. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. This thing is not held up by the sides, because of course it's not. So we actually have to do this. Addison, I'm sure you're a nice enough guy, but oh my god, do I kind of not like your building of things at all. Like, you would make every civil engineer just weep. You'd make them weep for their job. And I'm sure a bridge engineer would definitely give you... even construction foreman would give you flack about your technique. Yes, please let go. Yes, get to work. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. Yeah, the organization closes at basically 5 p.m. 4:59 p.m. for the UK time, but yeah, each Monday through Friday, yeah. So I'm kind of, to put it like vague, kind of put it in simple terms, I'm the night shift. I'm there to make sure that things run smoothly. Of course, it's kind of hard to be night shift when I sleep at 6 p.m. in the evening. So, in all honesty, I'm actually kind of lucky that I can even do that in the first place. It's worked out so far. And I usually haven't been given anything super time sensitive to worry about. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but I don't know. I feel older than I am, if that's making any sense. I feel like I need to be sleeping more often, just for whatever reason. So... Mr. Rasby says, fun fact, you still don't understand what the TCC is about. It's a it has two purposes. Number one, service the Super Mario Maker 2 community for like troll levels and stuff. The other part is a streamer program. It's a 2-in-1. That's basically the two things that it's marketed for. Service in what way? Like troll level playtesting. Outside of the Troll Castle Challenge, I'm pretty sure, you know, that we have playtesters on site or in the Discord for troll levels, because you can't always a hard thing to do with your own troll levels is test them. You can like test for bugs, right? You can test to make sure the mechanic is working fine, but you might need someone to test the responsiveness of your trolls. Because sometimes trolls rely on niche interactions in Super Mario Maker 2, and sometimes they rely on glitches or, you know, jank in the SMM2 code. A lot of trolls actually rely on the jank involved in slopes in levels, because Nintendo famously has difficulty putting slopes in 2.5D 3D platformers. Just for whatever reason, it's kind of a quirk of the system. Slopes are just always a problem. So lots of potential troll jank and just other kind of jank is just made possible in Super Mario Maker, like engines is what I should say. Other stuff. So there's like a Hall of Fame for, you know, the, you know, troll level or troll castle challengers. That the Hall of Fame comes with prestige titles and ranks on the Discord, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Resby says, can you go there to look for troll castle levels? I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't think you can get level codes from that per se, because that would be how you would find a troll level. Nintendo kind of notoriously takes down troll levels. They just kind of don't like them for whatever reason, because there's no like troll tagging system. But I don't know if we've put friend codes or level codes in the Discord somewhere. Let's see. Mr. Esby said, I've already replied to that question. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, we have playtesters of different skill levels, and then we have Madeline. Our highest authority on playtesting is our level quality assessor. If you impress Madeline with your troll level, you earn a role with a slightly higher priority for playtesters that have agreed to it. Very well. That part was one I missed. Stressby says you get the super high detail, you just want a short summary. Yeah, it basically, if you want a summary of what the Discord is for, it is a Super Mario Maker Troll 2 Discord focused on troll levels, and it's got a streamer program. If you're wanting to know more about the SMM2 half of the Discord, it is basically themed around a set of levels that Mr. Jason and a handful of others have made, known as a troll castle. People challenge that, and the community has kind of formed around that. There's places for testing, discussion, a directory to find specific levels, and so on. I believe there are even places to find record holders as well, or people who have beaten the troll castles with and without help, and ticket systems, of course. But the tickets are just kind of there to push private discussions, or like quality assurance in different directions. That's basically what the ticket system is for. Yeah, stuff around challenge levels in a game. Exactly. And then the streamer program kind of like developed around that, I want to say. Mr. Jason can, of course, confirm or deny that, but I'm pretty sure the SMM2 stuff came first, then the streamer program. And Mr. Jason has formulated a business around it all. A business structure. I don't know if I would call it a business. You don't get paid. The troll levels are products. I'm not disputing that. But there's no money. So I would call it a business structure. It would be weird if, people paid money for that, honestly. Business role play. I like that term of phrase. I'm loving that. Business role play. At least it wasn't called, Mr. Jason's organization, Mr. Coin, as you call it anyway. Yes. It is a business organization, quote unquote, with troll levels and verified clients as products and services. Beard's kind of itchy today. And this was after shampooing it, I might add. I probably need to shampoo it again, if I'm being honest. Strasby says whenever you hear business, your brain goes to either a regular company that uses and makes money, or, well, hold on. Wait, what? Why are you over there? That should not be at all. What? Oh, I am headed south. I'm being a silly Billy. Mr. Espy says, or a very shady place, a facade to a shady place, a storefront. Ah, yes, the front of the business, the face of a business. I get what you're saying. In modern terminology, you'd call that a shell company. Shell companies are basically places where, this is for the uninitiated who doesn't know what that is. Shell companies are places that can have legitimate storefronts, but their primary purpose is to shuffle money around through like business licensing and stuff. That's not the only thing a shell company does, but that's like the primary purpose, is to like move money. A more charged way of saying it would be shell companies engage in money laundering. That's really what they do. It is a way to move money from one location to another. Yeah. It's something that's talked about in like modern day reality TV shows, you know, 2000s corporate flicks, Suits, just quite a few other places to talk about that stuff. Mr. Jason says, indeed, hold on. Okay, no, that is the same message. While the TCC at its core is a Discord server, you try to push the narrative that you're shying away from referring to it as a Discord server. You've even gone out of your way to brand the areas like you're navigating a building. That's fair. I mean, that's not going to change the parlance people use, but you're allowed to organize the Discord whatever way you want, good sir. It's your Discord. It is a very, very elegant, very somewhat efficient Discord with wide-branching hello. Hello there, Torin. Well, if it isn't Link, you came to our aid again. I'm so happy and incredibly grateful. As you can see, we're in the midst of preparing to attack the monsters who've dug in up ahead. They must be wiped out. Just like last time, we'll approach the Fiend's stronghold first, then launch our attack when the moment is right. If you're so inclined, Link, perhaps we could fight together once again and drive out those hideous monsters. Bring peace to Akala. Torin's squad is preparing to attack a monster stronghold in the Akala span. They plan to get close to the stronghold first and then attack. Join the monster control crew as they head to the stronghold. Sure. Mr. Jason says, e.g. Mr. Coin, the first category is main entrance, and so it makes sense that it follows that one. It follows that one area is called main reception, and the announcement is the PR office. Yeah, you've structured it like a virtual building. That makes sense. You know, I wonder, this is just like a random thought I'm having. I wonder how well the TCC would map into something like the metaverse, or aka like, you know, VR simulations. I bet it would map very, very well with the way it's written. Mr. Rasby says, does it have a re-education center? No, it does not have a gulag, fortunately. No gulag, no re-education camp. No waterboarding area, or, no cell for enhanced interrogation techniques. No EIT, no EIT anywhere. Pretty sure that acronym just completely watered down whatever the heck I was talking about. I don't think so. A lot of you can, like, take a hike. 2, 3, 4. Again. 5. 6. 7. I love how there's battle noises and these guys are just confused the whole time. As the TCC is based in the UK. Oh, it would be a re-education center. What? Sure. Again. And a couple more times for good measure. Bye. Wait, did we just not kill all the enemies? We did it. That was the very last one. We won. Everyone fought so bravely. But wait. We didn't kill the silver or white moblin. What? Please tell me. Everyone fought so bravely. We didn't even have finished the job. We fought so bravely. It's easy when all you have to do is last 5 minutes. Wait, what? Mr. Jason says center and not center. It's the same word. Oh, did it fall off the bridge? Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'm the one that's not paying attention. That's loot gone down the drain. Welcome on in, Tension. Good afternoon to you. Nice strategy. Thank you. Thank you. Puff shrooms are amazing. I need to buy more of them. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay, Tension. You've come in at a good time. Welcome back as well, Mr. Rasby. We are in the midst of collecting Koroks, and we happened to make a pit stop to deliver one, and we saw these guys, storming a monster encampment. That's basically what's happening. Mr. Rasby says the PR office is usually the re-education. I mean, it's just regular education. Yeah, re-education, regular education.
Sure, Jan.
That's where the re comes from. Exactly. Mr. Jason says, as you said to a streamer earlier today, Mr. Coin, at least someone's paying attention. Hey, we all gotta pay attention. I miss the dialogue. Thank you for the help, Link. If you don't mind, can I have a moment of your time? I can't thank you enough for doing so much on our behalf. Sometimes it feels like you're the real monster control crew. I'm sorry if this has been a burden for you. Tension says, I see you're getting close. You got 300 left to go. Yes. I do. We're about to have 140 left to go. But split between, I believe, 2 regions and some scattered remnants. Here, please take this token of my appreciation for everything you've done. I'm thinking of giving the team a bit of a break. The blood moon, I'm sure you've noticed it. When the sky turns crimson, the monsters rise up from the depths of the underworld. We should all rest when we can so we have the energy to fight these endless battles. Link, if you were by our side, I'm sure we'd be safe, but I probably shouldn't burden you like that. With that, it's time for me to go. I hope we meet on the battlefield again someday. May the goddess Hylia always protect you, brave swordsman. Mr. Jason says, one of these battles should have been several Lionels. That would probably be a few Lionels too many. You helped Torin's squad of the monster control crew by defeating the monsters that had taken over the bridge, but as long as the Blood Moon continues to resurrect monsters, Torin and his squad must continue to fight. Okay, so the thing fell off the bridge, which makes sense. We're just gonna grab a nice, beautiful stick and not this piddly thing. Actually, we need to grab 2 sticks. We're gonna put the trident on this. And then we need to grab 1 more stick if we can find it. We probably can't, but that's whatever. It'll have to be fine. I'm not using the Lizalfos arm for that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, in the next week or so, you may or may not be able to finally purchase Mr. Jason 6th and actual final Pokeball Plus. Oh. Well, that'll be a joyous day, won't it? With any luck. Oh, that's what happened. We were on our way to a point when this happened. That makes sense. Let us... Uh-oh. Did our friend the Korok, go completely off kilter? I think that's what happened. Are you wanting to get an empty one, Mr. Jason, or are you wanting a Pokemon inside? Just curious, of course. Yeah, I get the feeling, or no, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, no, it would be back up there at the stable. Also, I think I just went the wrong direction. Probably, maybe. Should be over here. Mr. Jason says, although from what you've seen already, It yet again doesn't look like it includes the official USB cable. Ah, frustrating, I'm sure. Given what we've discussed about your aversion to third-party wiring for these sorts of products before, which is totally fine. Wait. No, I did grab it. It's literally right there. I just didn't mark it. Oh. I messed up again. It's fine. Mr. Jason says empty is fine. Understood. Tension says you saw a review on the Metroid. They messed up the game with that big empty desert. That's why they give you the bike. Oh no. Really? They give you, so they didn't mean to make it they didn't mean to, you know, have a level that made you have a bike, that required a bike. But because they did do that, they needed to put in the bike to make it serviceable. And the bike comes with all kinds of doohickeys people didn't ask for. It's really bad. Are you a Giga Clan member? Let's find out. What's up there? Oh. Hello again. Thanks for helping out with those underdressed scientists. Ah, never mind. I like how my first question is, are you a Giga Clan member? I could, like, make a reference, but I'm not. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, if it doesn't say Nintendo, it ain't getting plugged in. Smart man. At least as far as the Switch 2 is concerned. And even the Switch 1 in some cases. Mr. Jason says, regarding the general opinion of one specific character in that game, people's miles may vary. Well, I mean, there are gameplay videos coming out now, so I will definitely be... I'll definitely be watching it, because I'm not sure I can buy the product. I'm not sure I can buy the product, so yeah, I'll get to see the desert for myself and make my own opinion on it. Hashtag recycled jokes. Too true. Hey, recycling's good. I mean, you never know when you might need to repurpose an old joke. Titchin says they're not getting Game of the Year with that one. I don't think they were getting Game of the Year anyway. I'm going to be so real with you. I don't think they're getting Game of the Year. Not with the lineup. Not with Claire Obscura in the picture. I think that game is going to get the award, like, hands down. If they're like different genres or different like subcategories of reward, then, you know, yeah, they kind of shot themselves in the foot. But like just the overall game rewards, no, they weren't getting it. Not a snowball's chance in hell. What's up, Mr. Jason? I can't believe they misheard explore all other paths as explore in underpants. If they had a chance of getting Game of the Year, they're now miles away with adding that character. The jokes write themselves. I know that's not funny, but it's really funny. No, Bissy, no, it absolutely is hilarious. Explore all other paths. It equals explore in underpants. Everyone, Captain Underpants, all the time. Perpetual Captain Underpants. My personal favorite. Anyway, I'm just glad I don't have to work in my underpants. And it's because you opened everyone's eyes to the naked truth. Oh my god, this game just pulled a Mr. Jason. To the naked truth. I'm not counting the game's joke in here, though. That's for audience members. What's up, Mr. Jason? I'm really, I was really hoping that she might have something for us to do that's meaningful, but nope, we just get to talk about Captain Underpants, the episode, again. That was hilarious. Loved that. Mr. Jason says Miles McKenzie seems kind of meh. But we have to also remember that Nintendo was responsible for Navi and Fi. Well, yes, you're correct. They were, in fact, responsible for other monstrosities. However, just because 2 of them happen in video games does not mean that we have to accept a 3rd one. We do not have to accept a 3rd Phi or 3rd Navi. It doesn't need to happen. Like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Insert gruff voice here. How many times is Nintendo going to have to take a beating in PR for with like over tutorialization before they learn not to do that? It's like they forgot all the lessons of the Nintendo Switch era and replaced them with, you know, corporate buzz slop. Mr. Jason says you love that Nintendo toned down Phi and Skyward Sword HD. Yeah, in that game, I suppose they turned them into lo-fi. And maybe we could do a high 5 on that one. Huh?
Sure, Jan.
Sorry, that was too good not to sure, Jan. Attention says the last Metroid came out years ago, so you don't know what Nintendo is doing over there. Well, I mean, they had Metroid Dread, but I believe there are 2 different studios that work on the 2 different flavors of Metroid. You have like the Prime series, which is like the 3D Metroid games. Those go to one studio, and the 2D ones, I believe, go to another studio, or they're more in-house, which is why they don't have these decisions in them. Or maybe, you know what, maybe not. Maybe I'm assigning qualities to things that are just random chance. I should maybe be careful about that. Attentions, I already read that. Mr. Jason says, I almost feel bad that you constantly get sure Jan. Don't be. I sure Jan myself. They sure Jan. I sure Jan myself. It's perfectly fine. If I really wanted to, I could be like, hey, I want to join in on the fun and count my cruddy jokes among the number 2, but I'm not doing that. Tension says, well, they need to fire the first studio then? I think they need to fire or have a sincere talking to of the people that thought that the tutorial character was a good idea. I'm sure there's some old guard working with this studio, and they're kind of flying on autopilot. I'm speculating here. I don't know. Maybe they were told to include a tutorial character, and so they did. Because this mistake is unlike Retro Studios to make. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the studio. I assume the same studio is still working on, did work on 4. I could be wrong. You know what? In fact, rather than talking out of my butt, let's look it up. Let's see the studio that did work on this. And I love how the game just kind of knew. I love how Google immediately knew what I was going to type. Just immediately. Okay, Retro Studios. No, I had it right. It's the same. It's the same. It's the same studio. I'm trying to see if there was anything else on this, but I doubt I'm getting it from Wikipedia. I doubt I'm doing that. Wait, I'm sorry, what? You have to buy the amiibo to hear music. Are you serious? Like, you're not, no trolling, you're real with that tension. That is super stupid if that's the truth. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, many years ago, you went to a college and they were very culturally welcoming. One of the events was Jamaican hair day style. You were dreading it. Indeed. Mr. Jason says you can understand they were probably told to make a tutorial character, but then they added 5 more similar characters that follow you around in all of the other areas. Tension says, so you got to pay $100 just for the full experience? Yes, you're for real. It's not that I didn't believe you. I needed to hear it again. I needed to see it again. Mr. Jason can vouch for what Tension is saying. It's true. That is extra corpo scummy. That is awful. The game just went from a, okay, you know, tutorial character, you know, overused. You know, maybe your mileage will vary by how bad it's overused, to do not buy, do not redeem, do not purchase, do not support the corporate scum-sucking greed for that. Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it. There are better things to do than that. And this is coming from I am pained in saying this. I love the Metroid Prime franchise. And I you know, the worst part is I don't even know if that is like a top level corporate decision where it's like Nintendo said, hey, yeah, you gotta give us a reason to, you know, sell the amiibo. Or if it was like a low-level studio decision where it's like, oh yeah, we like the amiibos. What if we made them more required? Come on, Link, get up there. I assume that's where... Okay, yeah, I was correct. Cool. That's this one right here in the Veiled Falls. Very well. I can't with corporate greed. I can't. It's just... totally unnecessary garbage. Totally unnecessary garbage. Mr. Jason says Nintendo spent around 18 years on Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and that extra time gives you Miles McKenzie in a large desert full of nothing. And you can't even trust the journal reviews. Like game journals and stuff. Yeah. I took a look at the aggregate rating. Most of the scores are like 80 or 7.4 out of 10. Or like a 70 out of 10, which are all like passable scores. Are like super passable scores. Like Nintendo would generally make bank with a game that makes a, you know, an aggregate score like that. It's wild that this level of scum-sucking behavior was allowed to manifest it in the game. I am over the moon mad about that. My blood is boiling with that. Mr. Jason says, hey, Mr. Coin, the scores for the Metroid Prime 4 Beyond are variable. Tension says they watched an Asmongold video. I know who he is. He was talking about games and how they're unaffordable because of AI. Because of AI, they are going up on the CPU components. Yeah. I know that companies are wanting to use AI to make their games more sophisticated, but if the net result is pricing people out of the hobby, maybe we don't do that. They're literally reducing their own market just to use AI, which is just, it's so asinine. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. First off,
It's just asinine.
It's against the law.
that's my thoughts on the matter. Second, it is time for the corporate shilling that are the corporate shilling. Gotta get that out of the way. You guys are an awesome part of my day. Thank you so much for hanging out with me so far. I really appreciate it. I wake up to a wonderful audience, and you guys are kind of my big reason for living right now. I really mean that. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks. Second, or I should say next, do not interrupt me when I am, do not interrupt me when I am doing a shill. What was I saying? Right. So, outside of the free, easy methods to, help my channels out for free, such as liking the video, subscribing, and following on Twitch, and so on. And of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. If you guys do feel like being financially generous and you want to support my work in a more direct, money forward way, feel free to check out the description at the bottom of YouTube for my Linktree link. It has links to Patreon and Coffee. You can get some really awesome perks, such as an extra vote on all of our vote line items, as well as members exclusive channels, places to issue feedback, and so on for only $1 or $2 a month. It's really cheap, and that support would really go a long way in helping me out. But if you're feeling a little bit more saucy, you could maybe subscribe on Twitch. For $6, you get some emotes, you get to cut out the ads, you get some other stuff. You can also use your Amazon Prime Gaming account, or Prime Gaming offer that you get for free with your Amazon Prime account. That's $2.54 that you give me, each and every month that you renew it, just at no extra charge to you. You don't get the ads, but you do get everything else, which I think is a pretty sweet deal, if I do say so myself. Twitch, you guys can find that in the place where my socials are, where the social links would be underneath the video player. Should be a nice one single link. My socials are on there as well. I do appreciate you guys looking through and thumbing through any of that for yourselves. I don't want to push harder than I just did, but I gotta do something to keep these lights spinning, and ad money is penny. It's peanuts. Peanuts will make the lights spin for only but so long. Plus, it's something that everybody does these days. Patreon, Coffee, and so on. We do take commercial breaks around here. At the top of the hour, there will be a timer above my head. It'll read 3 minutes. That's how long the commercial breaks last. When the timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get right back to the gaming. I highly recommend you guys stretch, grab a snack, or, otherwise take a break for yourselves during those 3 minutes. And once the commercial break will be well and truly over before you know it, if you do that. I structured things this way to eliminate FOMO. And with that, I'm going to catch up on chat real quick. Tetchin says the video game market is going to crash sooner or later. It's already like halfway there. God bless you, Mr. Coin. Thank you, thank you, Tension. I really appreciate that. Welcome back, Grey G. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good, You've come in at an interesting time. We're in the midst of finding one of the last shrines in Upland Zorana when the warning for the commercial break struck, is what's going on. So if you're willing to wait those few extra minutes, I could be way more chatty when we return. Speaking of, I'll have to see you guys after the commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. I had to clean up a spill, a pretty big spill too. I had tried to get some coffee up and running, but just to kind of like test myself against, or like just test my gut. But maybe it was for the best that I had to clean up a spill, you know, given my life experiences. So instead, I had to go and get a different drink. And you guys get to watch me pour a cold one live. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. Also not sponsored by Pepsi, who's the bottling and like otherwise packaging company. Ah, nothing like good cherry flavor. Anyone have a soda that they particularly like? Cheerwine is my favorite, but I mean, I also am not, you know, completely, you know, I'm not impartial to like Sprite or anything. I should say I'm not partial to Sprite either. It used to be my favorite before I found Cheerwine, of course. Let me catch back up on chat. Sorry, Grey G. Yeah, I had to go clean up a mess. And that's what took so long. Tension says the violent sound fire. This is Zelda's best theme song. It's a decent theme song. It's a decent combat music. I like it well enough. Greedy says Sprite. Ah, a kindred soul after my own heart. I jest. Sprite, but I mean, Sprite is not too far behind Cheerwine. Tension says vanilla Coke. I'm pretty sure my sibling's favorite is like cherry vanilla Coke out of the Coke, so not too far behind that either. Vanilla Coke is good, you know, every so often. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. You don't know how it would be perceived purely because it's Reddit, but while you were away, you were browsing Reddit on your phone. You just found what you believe to be the perfect comment to weave in the following message. Yeah, I do feel that guy gets unfairly hated. Some people like him, some people hate him, but your miles may vary. And you did miss one. Okay, see multiple people. Mr. Jason says, oh, I see which ones I missed. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you're also taking a back seat on the Nintendo games. And that's me, Mr. Jason, the guy that bought 7 copies of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. But it's 68 pounds each now. No thanks. By that, you mean you're typically only buying 1 copy. Yeah, gaming's expensive. You know, and if you're broke, you're not buying any. Thankfully, I have some pretty high replay value games if I'm being priced out this hard by companies. Mr. Jason says, shilling time. Okay, if you like Mr. Coin, please give Mr. Coin on YouTube subscription. If you like Mr. Coin, please also giving Mr. Coin a subscribe on Twitch. It's really good for keeping parity. You can see gameplay in just a minute, Grey G. I'm catching up on messages. I always do this before we get rolling. I'm typically bad at simultasking, as people put it. What did I miss with Tension? Oh, you also saw a message under their video. It states you could go to YouTube and play some Metroid music back off of YouTube, I guess. Problem solved. I mean, I guess. I guess problem solved. I think that's such a stupid hackney. People shouldn't have to do that, honestly. People really shouldn't have to do that. You should just give a complete experience with the game, Nintendo and like Retro Studios. It really shouldn't be that hard. Wow, it's almost like even I'm not a game developer, and even I know what we need to do to make gaming successful. And it's not nickel and diming your customers out of every last, like, cent they have. Mr. Jason says, you do have games with a lot of replay, Mr. Coin. You can find all 1,000 Korok seeds again. No, thank you. No. No, just no. No, don't even think about it. Bye. Oh, hello there. Oh, is that all of them? I think that is. Very well. I certainly won't say no to some extra arrows. Corporate greed is... And I'm a capitalist, okay? I am a capitalist. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, capitalist to be specific. I have zero shame in that. Because I would like to reclaim what capitalism means. And it doesn't mean this hellscape. It doesn't mean this, like, global hellscape that we've placed ourselves in. It doesn't mean that. It's a very specific, bounded definition. As an anarcho-capitalist, there's wanting to sell products to your consumers, and then there is nickel and diming them for everything they're worth. Mr. Jason says, I could be wrong, Mr. Coin, and you're very open to admitting it, but that theme tune that you were listening to, I do believe that the Lionels had that exclusively in Breath of the Wild, and now they have to share. That's fine. You know, sharing music is fine. At least there is some. Tension says Zelda's the best game Nintendo brought out for years, and Donkey Kong. Yeah, I could certainly see why people would think that. Yeah, Zelda's gotten a little bit of an explosion. Hello. You know what? We're gonna do this. We didn't need this in the first place. We could have just done this. Yeah, there's a lot of production value that went into, The Legend of Zelda in the Wild era, and I think Aonuma and his team should be very pleased with that. I don't think there's a reason. I mean, I don't know if Aonuma and company should necessarily pat themselves on the back super hard, because there was still some mistakes. You know, some turd-shaped mistakes, let's call it. But I think the Legend of Zelda team has a lot to be happy about. What I don't like is this new corporate hellscape where we are nickeling and diming our customers to death. This takes selling a product or a good to an extreme, such that when literally nobody can afford the products or services you are buying, your market will collapse. In the quest for infinite profit, you cannot, which is unobtainable, I should say, you literally cannot have infinite profit. At some point, you will plateau out. It's this cave, right? Unless it's like the previous cave. Or it's like a different cave, which it might be. Oh yeah, it's literally telling us it's the cave below us. Okay. That's fine. Mr. Jason says, clickbait title. There are many ways to get fish in these games. One of the reasons may shock you. Clickbait. It works. I mean, there's a reason why there are capital words in YouTube titles. Why? Because people are now scrolling on YouTube shorts. People are flicking things to their phone so often that they literally, a normal title just can't get their attention unless the first word or first couple of words, you know, hook someone's attention. And they gotta be like huge gobbledygook type words to prompt that level of attention. Tension says you're gonna stick with just being Zelda and Final Fantasy games. With just having them. They never disappoint. I don't know about that. I mean, Zelda has disappointed before. Triforce Heroes, I think, was like a halfway decent example of that. Where it's not necessarily that the game was bad. I liked the premise of Triforce Heroes. I've only watched, I've not played, but I enjoyed what I saw more than anything. I think the premise of it was a good one. It just didn't do very well. What other titles do I think probably didn't make their mark like Aonuma and like several other teams thought that they would make that sort of mark? Would it be Skyward Sword's another one where it's like the fan base was very divided. I wouldn't say it was a failure of a game, but, and this is coming from someone whose favorite title in the franchise is Skyward Sword, so I think I have a little bit more authority on this than other people, or at least a little bit more latitude to speak freely than some other people might have. The fan base was largely divided not only over Fi, but also the motion controls. Some of the motion controls were cool and intuitive, and some of them were clunky and like counterintuitive. The shield mechanics were not some of the worst, but the introductory crafting system, not everyone was on board with. The shield durability was something people weren't on board with. The stamina was a huge dividing issue at first. People are okay with it now because Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But when Skyward Sword had like the baby version of the stamina system, no, people hated that garbage. People hated it. Hated it lots. There were some pretty clear overt failures there. But, you know, a game can still be quote unquote a corporate failure and you like the game. I think that's totally reasonable. I love Skyward Sword, you know, even with all its flaws. That story is going to stick with me a long time. It's hard to forget. As far as Final Fantasy games, I could think of a couple. Final Fantasy 16 got off to a rocky start. And then, you know, people got on board with it, despite having eye candy in there. And I do mean a lot of eye candy for Final Fantasy titles. Also, Final Fantasy 16 got huge flack for the plot that it was using, as well as the general lack of diversity. That was like a huge thing. Final Fantasy 15 also got excoriated for that. But, you know, we had, like, I think his name's Ray Chase. He's, like, a very prolific voice actor. Pretty sure it's Ray Chase. Yeah, so Final Fantasy 15 kind of gets a bit more of a pass. Bye-bye, like. Attention says you still do hate the stamina, too. I'm indifferent. I'm one of the people that didn't get super offended by the stamina. It was just kind of like, if that's how they're choosing to do business, Link had better do some pretty powerful things. Vertical spin attack, when it demoed in Skyward Sword was really good. Also, it was really novel. You could run up walls a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. Which is something you couldn't really do before. And if you had the right items, you could run a long time too, a relatively long time. Also, you didn't need the run mechanic all the time. You could walk just fine. Okay, are we headed this way or that other way? I guess we're gonna find out, huh? Let me see. Some other Final Fantasies that I don't think did all that well. 10 did great. 10 Part 2 didn't. Final Fantasy 13 was divisive. That did all right. 13 Part 2 didn't really, do anything novel. The monster battling system, or monster party members were kind of neat, but generally speaking, it was kind of a hit or miss Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 13 Part 3 was also, or Lightning Returns, was kind of hit or miss too. You either liked the, is it the schema system? No, it's like the modifications to the paradigm system. You either liked that or you didn't. There was no in between. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest was another one. Yeah, I know, we're going real old school with that one, but Mystic Quest had banger music, but a really shitty combat system. Really awful. Baseline Final Fantasy with no extra... Final Fantasy Mystic Quest with no bells and whistles is really only memorable for the music. There's a reason it didn't get, there wasn't a repeat of Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest was also what was brought to us here in the States and the wider Oceania, as the Japanese would refer to us as, the wider world. You know, they thought we were stupid and couldn't handle Final Fantasy. So Mystic Quest was literally the result of that. There are several Final Fantasies that I don't think measured up to mustard. But again, it's okay. It's fine. Not every game has to measure up, and it doesn't have to measure up for you to like it either. I think that's a really cool thing about our world, is that, you know, it takes all types to make it go around, and it takes all types of opinions too. It really, really does. And we're allowed to like shitty games. We're also allowed to think they're not shitty too. That also works. Mr. Jason says you love Final Fantasy, especially 7. Thanks to Shinra, you borrowed a research and development division for your TCC. Yeah, for troll levels, right? Mr. Jason says, and that is what further complicates the TCC, Mr. Coin. It is already a lot, but Madeline is CEO and also the Research and Development Division's Executive Director. Right, so, like, part of like restructuring and reformatting is going to be, you know, what are people okay with, you know, not having, so that the Discord can maybe be, you know, a more manageable place for everybody, and also streamline some things so that there's less confusion. That's like a long-winded, you know, the board has like an actual sit-down meeting, and, you know, we all kind of discuss the vision together. At least that's the way I see it. Tidget says, Mr. Coin, what do you think about the new Final Fantasy coming out? The last one I heard about was 16, so I don't have any thoughts yet, but I can look that up real quick so that you're not having to tell me what that is. It would help if I didn't type final. It's not Esper. It's not 16. Is it Final Fantasy 17 or is it a different title tension, if and you don't mind my asking? Oh, not 2036. I cannot type today. I give up. Nope, I need to focus on chat right now. 17? Okay. I thought it might be 17. My first guess was 17, but I don't know yet. Are there any like initial concept trailers out, or is it just kind of like hearsay? Attention out of curiosity. Aylin says, "What's up? What's up, Aylin? Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay." 1 second. How now, brown cow? I felt a sneeze coming out on, so I pinched my nose and said a few words, and it's gone now. Intention says the graphics look great. There is a trailer out. Okay, I can take a look at that. I have the weekend, so I'll have plenty of time to do that. I do generally like the Final Fantasy series. I liked 15. I liked what I saw of 16. You know, even despite the, you know, the lack of diversity and like the general subject matter of Final Fantasy 16, I think it's a very compelling title. There aren't too many reasons to dislike it, if I'm being quite honest, in my opinion. Mr. Jason says, "Indeed, you're generally good with anything the board agrees on." Makes sense. Alan says, "Yo, bitches." Yes. You know what? Fine. I can deal with some, like, roast mushrooms. Sure. Gotta kill with an explosion, though. No! Sidon! Sidon just robbed me of an explosion kill. Dang it, Sidon. My fault for stabbing too much. Yeah, I'll take a look at Final Fantasy 17. God, not 7. 17 this weekend, and with any luck, I should have a bit of a more robust opinion, let's call it. A bit of a more robust opinion about it, and we can actually talk about it, whereas right now I'm kind of in learning mode. Alan says, "You're doing good." That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You had some 7-Eleven pizza for lunch? What kind of toppings, if and you don't mind my asking? Alan says, "How long has Final Fantasy been going on?" You mean like the whole franchise? The whole like Square plus Square Enix franchise? God, it's been what, 20 plus years? You know, that's not counting like the separate legacy that like Final Fantasy 14 has for it. That game's been going on for like a decade as well. And this is just pepperoni. Makes sense. I'm wanting a horn is what's going on here. We're gonna grab... we'll grab one of these. Sure. Perfect. It's perfect. Attention says 1997. Shows you what I know. I didn't grow up with Final Fantasy initially. I didn't start playing until 10. That was when I first had a PlayStation. A PlayStation 2, to be like extra specific. So that was my first exposure, was Final Fantasy 10. Yeah, we started talking about it maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, if that's like the direction of the question. It's a good discussion. Alan says, "Dang, that's a lot of numbers. 4 digits, in fact, and 2 more than a certain infamous number that shall not be named. Hence I get, or lest I get excoriated on my own stream. If you know, you know. And if you don't, you're better off not knowing. Is what I'll say about that. Let's see. Sure, we could use this one. I think that's fine. Tension says great. Indeed. Okay, this is definitely not going to take us to where we need to go, which is totally fine. We can just quite literally, like, turn around. Nice. It's gonna be this. Let's use this one. I see. Upland Zorana by road. I thought that I read this as beyond instead of by road for a weird reason. For those that are, you know, general gamers, which Final Fantasy was your favorite? I liked 13. I also liked 12. I liked those a lot. Those are like two of my favorites. I grew up with Final Fantasy 12 in the original PlayStation 2 port. I even, when I was in college, I bought the Zodiac like age. I bought that version. Alan says never played it, like any of the whole franchise at all. Tension says Cloud is your favorite character. A lot of people would definitely say that. I'm more of an Aerith person myself among the Final Fantasy VII cast. I'm more of an Aerith person, but most of that stuff is acceptable. A lot more people like Tifa, though. Tension says he's on Final Fantasy VII. Yep. He's got the big sword. Yeah, yes, the Buster sword. A lot of people like the splitting sword that can be huge, too. Alan says, nope, not really interested. That's fair. That's fair. If you do ever change your mind, though, I highly recommend, like, Final Fantasy, like, 13 or 15. I think those are great ones to get into. Or like 4 through 6 are also pretty good. But that's totally fair. Mr. Jason says you'll talk more tomorrow, specifically, Mr. Coin, but you're kind of desperate to get a 7th director on the board so you can have that parity of avoiding tie votes, right? There is, of course, as you mentioned earlier, only one person who you would point as director, but you wish that said person with those unfortunate issues didn't suffer from them to where it prevents them from attending a board meeting. On the top of your head, do you know any adaptations you can make? I'm sure you know who. Maybe make, if it's not like mission critical, you know, maybe we could be more okay with having an extended board meeting. Like, just kind of relax the requirements a bit. It shouldn't be, if it's... most of our board meetings are really not of an urgent nature. I would have a more of a respond by date than anything else. But that's me. And that's kind of how I would run things. To be honest, it might be better if I discuss that with you in a setting where I can more readily talk about it, Mr. Jason. Not that I can't talk about it here, but I can actually get my thoughts together in a more coherent manner. And, you know, I can actually refer to notes and things for, like, the structure. Mr. Jason says, indeed, 99% of the time it's non-urgent, and you just urge directors to respond as soon as possible, but you will make it crystal clear if it was time-sensitive. Might I add you to a DM with them at some point? Sure. Sure. That's totally fine. To kind of, like, shift the subject away from Final Fantasy stuff for a moment. And this is just like a general question. What is everyone's favorite game series? Or individual game if you, you know, are, like, quite picky. I know some people that play one thing and one thing only, and, like, that's it. I'm just gonna do that, and then that again. Perfect. Yeah, share all your secrets about the TCC. Like I said, it's not that I couldn't have that conversation here. It's more about lack of organization compared to anything else. But I pride myself on my professionalism. More than perhaps anything else. Thanks, Phaidon. That was completely unnecessary. But whatever, good sir. Could be worse. I think I know where our shrine is. I just need to get on top of it. I think most people probably know my favorite title, as I've mentioned it before, but it's Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. The Metroid Prime series is like hands down one of my favorites. I quite enjoy it. There's a reason I'm kind of all bitter about the business practices that Nintendo is currently employing. It really takes a huge, ginormous, like, crap all over what I enjoy, and I really dislike that. Mr. Jason says, yeah, that discussion isn't really classified other than the name. Makes sense. It is more of an organization thing, as I've already said, and that's mostly directed at a bit of impish sarcasm I saw in the chat earlier. Alan says your favorite series would be Mario or Zelda. Oh, if you had, could you pick between the two, Alan? Or you're like, nope, I like them both equally. Both are valid. Liking both equally is also valid. I was just curious if you had a preference. Tension says Crash Bandicoot, you don't know why, or Devil May Cry. Oh, do you have a preference between those two? Tension, like if you had to pick, could you pick one? Because those are both very contrastedly different games. And you probably know if you're more of a platform Andy or you know, an action game Sam. Alan says Zelda probably, but your favorite mobile game, they go on to say, is Madden. Oh, like Madden football, right? I want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Like Madden as opposed to say something like FIFA. They're similar games, and I'm not really a sports person, so... Yeah, football, that's fair. My dad likes stuff like that. That's really about the only game that he plays apart from, like, shooters back in the day. Tension says Devil May Cry top tier. That's fair. So, how much does Bayonetta stack up to that, Tension? Because between Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, I tend to like Bayonetta more. But that's like a me thing. Mr. Jason says, I feel like Alan likes any game where the ramming of bitches is possible. I mean, you do tackle a sweaty football. You know, sweaty men do, like, ram each other all the time in football. Like, it happens a lot. Okay, so we were already here, so it's like... It wants us to go this way, but there's no path that way except for a chest, so we gotta keep going. Alan says, yeah, you can ram bitches in football. I mean, you can certainly ram people in football. I don't know, maybe, you know, getting physical with the cheerleaders is not a terribly good thing to do. But that's like, you know, that's me thinking about it, not anything else. Ah, I believe I have found what my problem is. Chinchin says you agree. Except Devil May Cry has more weapons. That's probably true. Although Bayonetta 3 has like a good chunk of weapons too. And that was one of the games I beat in my off time. Not only 3 weapons, but like, I would comment about the characters thing, but I know you can play as 3 characters in Devil May Cry 5. So Bayonetta's not beating that department. I say not beating, it comes close. You play like 2.5. You've got the 2 main ones in Bayonetta 3, and you have like the 2D like optional thing as well. You have that. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, this person that you're referencing a few times now is one of those rare people you trusted at high level. Not many people hit that criteria for you. That's fair, and you have talked about that before. That's fine. Just as long as you bear the real life requirement in mind, really, there can't be too many complaints. At least, you know, me personally speaking. Let me make sure I've caught up on chat. Yeah, I think Devil May Cry having more weapons is like a perfectly fine argument to have. Oh, hello. Oh, that's not like time sensitive, is it? No, that water's just straight up drained. Yeah, I could certainly see why. I like different things. Alan says, yeah, I'm trustworthy as shit. He's not talking about me, is he? No, at least I don't think so. It's kind of like an inside conversation. Mr. Jason says, even if someone gets 32 out of 32 in the SAQ, they could get turned down for director. Right, because there's like a vibe check involved. Yeah, we all know what the vibe check is. It's the, do I like you, clause. If I don't like you or don't trust you, you're only getting but so far. Hello, Mr. Frog. Goodbye, Mr. Frog. We're just gonna do a little bit of swapsies. Yay, I'm glad to get the, I am glad to get that, bubble frog done out of the way. We really don't have that many more caves before we have them all. Mr. Jason says, on a general note, though, well, it's professional in the TCC, the director is reserved for best friends. Ah, see, there you go. You need to know someone, well, in order to make it up there. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Not my Discord. Tension says, Mr. Coin, you ever played Just Cause 3, the man with the jetpack? Nope. I've not played any of the Just Cause games. I've heard of them, but they're really not quite my cup of tea. For games that kind of like push it, as far as the cup of tea is concerned, Dead Space. I have a copy of Dead Space 3, and I think I might even have the original Dead Space lying around somewhere. And I don't like all the gore, but I do enjoy the story of the game well enough. And it's not all hacking up monsters. It's not all hacking up monsters. Some of it is dealing with people. But even though those mechanics aren't my favorite, I can put them aside to, you know, experience something else. What? So what? All the water just got drained in here? Okay. So does that mean it wants me to go this way, but that... Oh, okay. Nope. Literally follow the holes. Alan says, nope, seems boring as hell. Fair, totally valid. Tension, since you were talking about Just Cause, 3, I take it you've played the series. And, if so, what are your thoughts on it? Climbing boots. These rock-shaped boots have special no-slip toes that help you cling to walls. This ancient climbing technology facilitates more nimble climbing. Oh, I missed one. Mr. Jason says it's another one of those, not what you know, it's who you know. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I hate that the job space is like that. If I can just talk about it for a minute. I hate that so much, that just so much of the working world really just devolves to the same old recycled garbage from so many centuries ago. Almost like it's part of the human condition that needs to be changed. That, we reward friends and punish enemies. We go out of our way, not to hire people that are strange to us. Even if they would be a perfect fit for the job, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whatsoever. Because the whole do I like you thing is going to override any kind of logical decision making, period. And I hate that. I hate it bunches. And it really, really stinks. It's awful. Tension says, Dead Space reminds you of the Alien game that came out recently. I'm not super familiar with that. It sounds like it's not my cup of tea, and I wouldn't have bothered to notice it. Tension then goes on to say, yeah, you beat it. Awesome. It's great, action-packed, just a bit too long if you go for the 100%, which, as everyone knows, if I ever streamed a game like that, I would go for 100%. And I would get to talk about, I would get to talk about the detractions from the 100% experience. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin. I was telling Alan that they would really not enjoy board meetings. Alan says, anywho, your audition for that music festival is pretty early tomorrow, so good night. Very well, Alan. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I greatly appreciate it. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. Good luck. Don't try your best not to wear your singing voice out, but go get them. Hopefully I see you sooner rather than later. But if for whatever reason, I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to catch back up on chat and we're going to keep things moving. Sir Jason says, I find board meetings very interesting. Well, I mean, different interests. It takes people of all different interests, doesn't it? Tension says you would love it. Well, Dead Space 3 wasn't terrible. So if I can play through Dead Space 3, it might not be all that. It might not be terrible. Well, I mean, if you're in the Discord, you can always leave that as a suggestion for a game for me to pick up and try to play. If not, no big deal. Just things to think about in the future. Mr. Jason says, in board meetings, Jason, okay team, sell me your ideas. I'll tell you if I like them. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Is it the Summit Cave? I feel like it's the Summit Cave. Because it's like here. That's what I'm looking for. But it told me when I was at the Summit Cave, hey, Dingus, you're on the wrong level. I might need to just search from top to bottom, or possibly Google. My senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, was the warning for the 5-minute commercial break. Or the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. I want to make sure I make that abundantly clear. You guys have been awesome today. I really appreciate you hanging out with me so far. I enjoy doing this. I really, truly do. You guys make it all the more sweeter. And I'm being deadpan serious about that. We've done all the shilling, so all we have to do is talk about the commercial break itself. The commercial breaks are 3 minutes long. There will be a timer above my head at the top of the hour. When that timer hits 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can pick back up right where we left off. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the same time. The timer will be taken down on the screen so you can easily see it. If you happen to be tabbed out, then, well, I can't help you, but it's not for a lack of effort. Let me just put that back over here. We'll kind of go from there. You know, feel free to get a snack, get a drink, do whatever you want, really, or nothing at all. Your choice. I structure these breaks this way so that all you guys really have to do is, you know, watch the content, or, you know, interact, or lurk, or whatever fits your fancy. Whatever you want, really. I don't like the worse than cable TV model that, you know, Twitch and YouTube want to provide to you. I think that sucks, and it's awful. So, instead, you know, I want you, if you guys want to be financially generous, you know, I want you to do that because of me, and not because, you know, you want to escape a really shitty experience. I think that's awful. Sorry, I'm cussing a lot today. I truly do apologize for that. But my mood's I'm in a kind of a weird low point for the mood today. Sorry, I'm happy. Or I'm like, I have a generally, you know, broad disposition. Just, I don't know. Maybe my lack of attention, my lack of care is just showing today. Okay, so it's not this. It's certainly not this, is it? Because it's telling us it's below. That's what it's saying. Just go ahead and do this. I need to kind of concentrate. There we go. Yeah, so it's like, this is where I want to go, but I'm not sure how to get there. Mr. Jason says I could make a joke about this cave. It would probably work on many levels. Too true. Tension says, you got like 80 outfits in Breath of the Wild. You still got more outfits to get to. That's crazy for 100%. Yeah, it is crazy. There's a reason why I ended up having to do off-screen grinding, just because there's so much. Yeah, it's really saying it's like here. It's like in the base part of the mountain, and I'm just not looking at it correctly. It's not in the foothill cave, is it? I'll look it up during break, and hopefully my findings will make sense to us when I come back from the commercial break. Yeah, Nintendo really did just want to kind of own your butt with Tears of the Kingdom, and they kind of wanted to do that in Breath of the Wild, but ironically, the amiibo served as some interesting gating. The amiibo does not gate things now, so there's just a lot more to do. I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent to it, if I'm being honest. I'll chat more about this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back, and I have good news. Good news is we were barking up the wrong cave. Bad news is it's a cave we haven't seen yet, so we're gonna have to, like, go over and go to it. That said, before we truly get started, I am going to, of course, catch up with everybody. Tejin says you're a good player. I appreciate that. Thank you. Other people you see playing just got a row of hearts and they sell all their gems. No grinding. Yeah, I try to avoid selling my gems. I do have to sell them on occasion to get like a quick boost of money. But for the most part, I can survive off of the money that we make from quests and by selling bright bloom seeds or other like inconsequential things that we grind up to 999 of, and I literally couldn't carry any more of them. Yeah, those get sold. Tension says, it'd be like they got a long way to go. It's like a certain way you gotta play the game. You gotta lock in. Yeah, if you're gonna play Tears of the Kingdom, you really gotta like figure out a process. Now, of course, if you're not 100%ing the game, then the process is different, right? You can play what you want. If you're trying to 100% the game, then there are fewer things you can skimp on, even if you don't like doing them, because it is necessary for the 100%. Tetchin says, you went to every cave just for gems and still had to find more. Yeah, when we actually get ready to get all the level 4 upgrades, I'm gonna have a nice little chart. I'm gonna hope that someone's put that together on the internet, and I'm gonna literally sit down and grind everything in that chart. Everything. Make sure I have every piece of equipment that can be upgraded first, and then go to town. That way, you guys don't have to see me grind. The only thing you guys will have to sit through on is, just like the Breath of the Wild, showing all the armor upgrades and stuff. You guys will have to sit through that. I'll have to, like, make a real recording and everything. But that should be fine. And I can even do it better because I'll actually make sure that I have everything this time and not, oh, I miscounted. I'll have it a bit better arranged. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you informed said person of your intention to discuss things with them along with you and Jamie, as they are a best friend of mine, like you and Jamie, and they said, wait, consider me a best friend? And I said I wouldn't be offering you director if that wasn't the case, so yeah. Although you did say of course you have to wait until opening hours. Oh man, that's good. That's awesome. And also welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Actually, we can wear this. Sure. That'll get us to our point a lot faster. Yay for flying past spherical objects. Let me go ahead and pause real quick. Let me just double check YouTube again. Yeah, my thing is, grinding gems is easily the best way to make money. But surprisingly, you can also kill a lot of wild animals and sell meat. You can do that. You can get more meat per hour than you can get gems per hour. It's actually insane how much meat grinding you can do. You just sell the raw prime meat, you get so much of it, and you literally make your money. You can make your money just like that in Breath of the Wild as well. There's a whole farming route in the Hebra Mountains, as a matter of fact. In Breath of the Wild, you can kind of do a ring around the mountains, and there's just you can kill all kinds of creatures, all kinds of wild game here. If you need it chilled, you can also do that too. And it sells for like slightly differing amounts. I got a lot of meat, thanks. Mostly like raw meat and not like bird stuff. I need to grind more bird stuff for like recipes and such. But thank you. It also helps if you're not cooking every 5 seconds and you're not, you know, literally consuming raw meat or fruit also every 5 seconds. Just gonna dive down. Alrighty, then we're going to jump right in here, and here we are. Welcome to the Ralis channel, Ralis channel even, and our goal is to get to the shrine and find the bubble frog that's here. We're gonna search for the bubble frog first. And also, while I try not to subject you guys to a whole bunch of grinding, you know, if I can do it off screen, I do generally do it off screen. I also don't hesitate to grab ore if I think I need it. Not wild game so much, but ore. Definitely ore. No, back. I had the wrong things I picked up. And I lost the bright-eyed crab. Tension says you completed the cookbook, all 224 recipes. It was a nightmare. Took like an hour and a half. Tears of the Kingdom, right? Yeah, that's like... That's a tall ask. That's a super tall ask. Oh, it looks like I'm headed for the shrine first. It's fine. We can do that. We can even show our fancy, like... Our fancy armor. We can actually beat this current out just barely, but we can do that. Like cooking all the recipes in Breath of the Wild was also like a nightmare. There weren't as many of them, but it was still nightmarish, like nonetheless. You didn't even have... Well, okay, you know what? I have to take that back. That's not true. I have to take what I was about to say back. You had cheap, free ways of getting meat. You had your runes. You had your Sheikah Slate runes. You could just literally use Bombs Plus to, like, kill most creatures. And by doing that, you could literally farm meat without having to spend any resources. Of course, using arrows is generally a lot cleaner. And you can get bigger, like, bits of meat that way with still fairly low effort. But you could, if all you wanted was like the low level meat, you didn't much care for the difference. Yeah, you could, okay, I feel like dashing is actually worse now. You can just use bombs. You could use electric fields to get fish if you wanted to do that. Mr. Jason says, I'll let you see the full post later, Mr. Coin, but basically just said you understand this message is out of business hours, which is very unusual for you, as quite frankly, you're a stickler for timekeeping, of course. But you've been wanting to inform you that you're adding for now the final director to the team, although they will be in training for a little while before they begin their position with us. Of course. They have to get used to everything, more than anything. Okay, now that we've sorted that out, back to the grind. And I already don't like what I'm seeing. Guess what we have to go do? We gotta find a crystal. And see all this wood? I know exactly what they want us to do. They want us... They want us to raft the crystal back here. Awful. Just awful. All right, show me where the crystal is. That's what you're gonna do, video game. Show me where it is. Tension says it took you 2 whole days to find whole birds. Yes, the whole bird is quite honestly very difficult to do. Getting thighs and like legs, easy. Actually grinding up the whole bird, really difficult. You gotta hunt like super big birds generally, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure that's what you do, is you have to farm up some big birds for that. Okay, how do we want to do this? I think we should not... I think we should find a different convention, or use like a headlight raft. Sure. I think what we could do... It's 1 fan. Is that all they're giving us is 1 fan? I think so. Yeah, so if we want that, we have to, like, use our resources. I think what they probably want us to do is, use, like, just something different altogether. Okay, so what do we have? We have, like, we need, like, a control stick and an electric emitter, right? So let's see if we have those. The control stick I know we have a ton of. And the shock emitter. Yes, we have both of those. And we'll use zonite ore, literally mineral glue, for the rest. Yeah, it is this way. It's like this. And here's to hoping we don't need to worry quite so incredibly much about weight. I get the feeling this isn't going to work, though. I'm just going to be honest. Tension says Zelda has a glitch sometimes. Make sure I didn't miss something. Oh, yeah. I did miss something. Tension says it took you 2 days to find whole birds which come from ostriches. Oh, I didn't read the full sentence. That's what's going on. Okay, let me fix that. You had to power off the game so everything can reset. Then they popped up. It was a nightmare. Yeah, you had to, like, reset the spawns. I had to do the same thing with the stars, with, like, the star fragments. It's rough. Oh, hello, Blood Moon. Oh, these fish don't stand any chance whatsoever. That's fun. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at stuff that isn't even remotely funny. That's just how my little mind works. Tension says, Zelda has a glitch sometimes. You have to restart the game completely just for it to aggro stuff. Yeah, it's just the game breaking down. Mr. Jason says, that's quite a shocking invention, Mr. Coin. Too true. I'll say, the fish find it absolutely electrifying. They really are quite shocked and awed by the invention. Digit says, you felt so slow when you found out. Wait, with the star fragments for farming, did you literally, did you, like, manually reset or kind of just wait for the game? I know you told me that you turned the game on and off, but did you kind of, like, wait for the game to naturally do its thing? If so, my sweet summer child, I really do feel for you with that. I was doing that too with the star fragments until I, you know, learned how. I really had to, like, watch a video. I was like, there's no way it could go this slowly. And, you know, I was right. There were faster methods. People already figured it out. I especially had to do this with dragon parts, but at least that was easy. Mr. Jason says you've done what you needed to do. By the way, Mr. Coin, you've welcomed said person and introduced them to their colleagues and their superiors. Very well. I will check out the TCC after the stream ends today. And that should really take care that, you know, hopefully there shouldn't be... Oh, we literally don't need this. That's why it was working so well. It's on a sled. It's on like a... What is the surface? Yeah, it's on a literal sled. That's right. This probably ain't gonna work super great, but we're gonna try. Yeah, now we might want like the bigger surface. Let's see if I can't like... It has to kind of be like on the back then. And this might work. Maybe. It might maybe work. Maybe if I put another board on it. There. That's like more aerodynamically stable, and it totally doesn't defeat the purpose of this whatsoever. Right? Let's see if this even works. It does. It does work, but we need a fan. Another fan will fix everything. Tidget says, man, you waited for hours. Man, you were just standing there for hours. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yes, that sounds absolutely awful. I am so glad I found ways not to do that. Oh, yeah, that waiting around for things to, like, reset is pure pain. One thing that's really gonna suck in that department then is gonna be the dragon part farming. In, you know, Tears of the Kingdom. You literally have to wait for these... Ow. You literally have to wait for these dragons to reset. Okay, and Rallis Pond does, in fact... We still do need to find the bubble frog for it, which is fine. Okay. We've got this all taken care of. We can remove the unsightly pieces of wood from this. After we... Well, actually, we'll have to rebuild the thing anyway, but that's fine. Tension says, you saw this one speedrunner play Breath of the Wild. He jumped, then took his camera out and hopped straight through a locked door. It was crazy. Yeah, that sounds crazy. It's like wrong warping. After carrying a crystal upstream from Rallis' channel and offering it up, you can enter the Shrine of Light. Yeah. This should be a blessing shrine too, so we don't even have all that much to worry about. Isn't that neat? Mr. Jason says most people. Sees Natalie. Oh, hey, I know that CEO is the big boss of a company. Jason, scroll up that staff list a little more, my friend. I feel like the staff list in the GCC is sort of like bragging rights for yourself, Mr. Jason. You can look and say, you can look and tell everyone, hey, I got a big staff. I got a big list of staff.
Sure, Jan.
Mr. Jason says, maybe Kappa, maybe not. Also Kappa. Indeed. Yes, it's totally not a staff joke in disguise. That would be just crude. And just so gauche. Not funny. Okay, let's find the bubble frog and then we can maybe... I highly doubt we're getting all the Koroks. Let's see how many are left over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Exactly 14 in this region. Actually, if we conclude business, if I focus up, we can get 14. I think we can do that. Tension says it was a shrine. He went straight through the door. People really do some unique things. Yeah, that's like to skip loading cutscenes and stuff. Yeah, absolutely wild. I've had personal real-life friends tell me that I should be streaming, I should be speedrunning, and I have to tell them, no, I can't. I cannot. Sorry, but absolutely not. I'm much better at challenge running, like deathless, hitless stuff, because I can take my time. I literally crumple under conditions in speed runs, because one tiny little mistake, you know, just ruins everything. And I can't be having that. Okay, it's not this room, but I'm gonna look anyway. Yeah, there's... Oh, never mind. Hello, Mr. Bubble Frog. Okay, we found the Bubble Frog. Cool. Let's go to Zora's domain. And then we'll mark up Koroks. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good about that, provided the rest of them aren't super tedious or Korok friends or whatever, then we can actually get done with this today. Tension says, he made me feel like you weren't doing anything in the game. The speedrunner just found a really efficient way to do something, and they didn't care if they glitched the game out. That's also worth noting. Usually speedrunners are like, hey, look at how I can break the game. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not disparaging that. You know, different strokes for different folks. I don't like glitching games out. Plus, in my, you know, live streaming experience, if you're glitching something out, people usually get pretty upset with you unless you're speedrunning. And in which case, then it's like, whatever, it's fine. So since I'm not a speedrunner, I'm generally just trained to go, oh, is there something glitching? Okay, I need to, like, go handle that and not let it continue glitching. In Elden Ring challenge runs, for example, you're not allowed to do what is called the Flying Pegasus glitch, which is where if you're on torrent, and you can, like, position yourself in such a way where either you or your horse is intangible, while you're still legally permitted to attack off the horse. If you see Flying Pegasus glitch, you quite literally, to keep your challenge run, you have to save quit out. You have to reload the game. You're not allowed to keep that. Many other glitches are also not permissible, so it just kind of depends. Mr. Jason says, although Madeline is technically a big boss, really, Madeline controls the entire C-suite. Yeah. Speaking of glitches or hacking, Mr. Coin, did I tell you that you recently modded your Nintendo 2DS so you could edit your Animal Crossing New Leaf down? You sure have, Mr. Jason, tons of times. About, you know, turning trees into squares of grass with relative ease. While also, you know, doing other stuff. Or vice versa. Sorry, I'm not... That was entirely too much sarcasm for... Yes, you've mentioned it lots of times. And it's probably something you really like talking about. Because I can't help but remember it. The turning trees into squares of grass... it just will never leave my it'll never leave my you know, mental frame of mind. Let's see, it's like, yeah, okay, it's like here, and we might as well grab these first after we've marked this. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you've also moved your cliffs to the one that was closer to your home. Yep. You've talked about making the perfect place to live. The perfect town, curated just the way you want it, which is totally fine by me. Tension says especially the wind bomb method. Oh yeah, I wanted to try wind bomb, but I'm not very, you know, not only did it not really make sense to me, but also at the time, I wasn't really considering like covering glitches. Oh, poor Yoda. That's awful. Poor girl.
Sex.
Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We cleaned up what I think to be the last shrine in Upland Zorana, and we are working toward cleaning up the final 14 Koroks as well. So we are well and truly on our way to spelunking in like the next episode. Is this like, it's not this. I think it's like up here. Scanning lights would suggest maybe up here on top of the fish head. Mr. Jason says, I just thought to let you know, as if I forgot, I'm sure Mr. Resby would certainly inform you. Too true. It's quite the gag now. Okay, that's not the standing lights. It's like up here, I think, on top of this thing. Mr. Shiny says, doing great. That's awesome. I love to hear that. That is not where this is. Am I, like, messing it up? I'm in, like, the spot. Uh-oh. I wonder if it's, like, above me. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what it is. It's on the end of the fishtail, just like last time. You're enjoying your weekend. That's also awesome. And consuming your favorite pasta dish. Remind me what the favorite pasta dish is again, Mr. Shiny. I believe I have probably forgotten that. Sorry. Just general busyness. No, that is the incorrect thing I want to equip. Is this. Link, just wait, buddy. Just wait. Tension says you're close, it's up on the fin. Yeah, I kind of intuited that after, like, getting the position wrong. So thank you for that. Mr. Jason says, when I said most people, sees Natalie. Oh, hey, I know that a CEO is the big boss of a company. Jason, scroll that staff list a little more, my friend. Winky face to said person. They said, so I'm technically above them? And I said, indeed, but you have to work with them as the CEO and the board work together. Makes sense. Mr. Shiny says chicken, spinach, cherry tomatoes, marinated tomatoes, and saffron sauce. Oh, that sounds delicious. I would probably eat that, knowing full well that tomatoes would give me digestive grief. I would definitely eat that as like a, you know, a guilty punishment meal. I learned what that's called, by the way. You forcefully feeding yourself something you know your body is going to dislike. It's a punishment meal. I have learned this new word. This new, like, pair of words used in this way. Yeah, tomatoes are like a punishment meal now. I eat it if I know I am going... I eat tomato dishes knowing full well that I'm going to experience pain later. Mr. Shiny says it's simple, easy, and delicious. I mean, if that's all it is just like those 5 ingredients, you just put them in a pot and, like, boil it. Yeah, I could certainly see that, you know, being an easy meal. Pasta is generally kind of easy, you know, unless you're doing something fancy with it. If it's fancy, well, you know, God help you. making sauce like from scratch is kind of like a God help you moment. I posted a picture of this like months ago, but one of the pasta sauces I learned to make was arrabbiata sauce, angry sauce. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Okay, that's not what this is. Interesting. Let me read the coordinates for this so we could keep things moving. But it's like a spicy tomato sauce. I enjoyed it. I did not use entirely the correct amount of pepper flakes, though, so it wasn't spicy enough, which I will have to fix for the next... I will have to fix... Oh, you know what? It's probably not on the fish. It's underneath. If it's a rock, it's got to be underneath. That makes too much sense. Let's see if I'm right. What do you know? When your intuition is right, your intuition is correct. What can I say? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, have you, just a small intricacy with the TCC, have you at least glanced the staff roll colors? Not really. You have some generic colors for staff, but higher up the chain, we begin from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, which matches your visage of a building with ID access cards. Okay. That's making some sense. I knew there were colors. I didn't know the theming was quite like that, though. That's interesting. Mr. Jason said I also had a pretty confusing time with this Korok seed. Indeed. Attention says the record for all shrines in Breath of the Wild is 47 minutes for speedrun. It's crazy. Yeah, I could believe it takes 47 minutes. But like I could personally believe that it takes that much time. Just because you have a lot of puzzles. Some of them you can't cheat. Some other puzzles require creative solutions to bypass. I love how these Zora just freak out and run when they see the floating device. They just go, they're crazy. Whoa. I'm sorry, that I laughed more than I should at that. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, you mix it all in one pot. You personally use a wok for that, though? That's interesting. I would never have thought to use a wok that way, but yeah, you could technically use it as a big mixing bowl. I don't see why you couldn't use it that way. Let us... It can't be this tree. It can't. There's no way it's the tree. It's gotta be like underneath. It's gotta be like underneath the, okay, frog suit went somewhere else. Here it is. It has to be like... Oh, never mind. I was correct. It was up here. It is the tree. And I became the tree. Let's see, I'll go ahead and just mark that one off real quick. So far, so good. I would be willing to make a push to get all these Korok seeds past time. Just because we're so close to starting the next stream on like just a whole completely different thing. Okay, let me go ahead and swap. But that sounds good. I might have to steal the dish recipe that you have there. Mr. Shiny says it has the additional benefit of making each serving balanced when it comes to proportions of ingredients. Much easier. Yeah, it also seems like it mixes relatively well, compared to, you know, compared to other cooking methods. Although you would still tend to get some accumulation toward the bottom. You kind of have to like. Okay, it's not an acorn, which is what I thought it would be. Just in this general area. Okay, so what's the deal with this one? Tension says he bombed himself and went right past the Guardian in the test of strength. Yeah, I mean, that's just like ignoring collision, right? That's really all it is you're ignoring collision. That's literally the easiest way to bypass anything. A lot of modern speedruns really just come down to, can you get past collision? Can you ignore it? Dark Souls and Elden Ring speedrunning is like that. There's literally a glitch where you can walk under the map. Or like walk out of bounds to skip whole sections. Yeah, you could just do that. In most other games, it's like you would refer to that as like wrong warping, because they're like teleport effects, right? But in Dark Souls, you call that world walking, because of, you know, the very nature of what you do when you get out of bounds. It's really cool to see. Mr. Coin, ever see a blindfolded Tears of the Kingdom? It was crazy. He was counting his hops. Yeah, you kind of have to. If you're blind, you got to use audio cues, right? I would not enjoy doing certain games like with a blindfold for maybe Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 might be okay with a blindfold. Elden Ring, though? No, 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 no. Absolutely not. This is like a random follow-up question. What is everyone's favorite pasta dish? I like a good carbonara myself. Even more so if I can have that carbonara made using pesto sauce. Oh, pesto sauce is amazing. I wish I could have found it. I wish I had pesto much earlier in life. What do they want me to do here? Oh, that's why. Not here. Up at the very tippy top is what's happening. Let's try that again, but in the correct direction. But yeah, I like a good pasta carbonara. It's or like a chicken parm. It's delicious. He says, being lactose intolerant, pasta meals are good punishment meals. At least for me. At least that kind of pasta anyway. Tension says he even got on a wing glider. It blew your mind? Wow. And this is the blindfolded speed run we're talking about, right? Yeah, I could kind of. That's intense. Because you're probably, if you're having to rely on audio cues to navigate like this really tall, really expansive game map, I could easily see that. 1, 2. Frick. Yes, I love the counting. Chicken pasta, says Tension. Oh, chicken pasta's pretty good. I made a chicken pesto pasta months ago. It was really delicious. It was salty. It was very acidic, very sour. Delicious. It was a tad bit spicy when I made it the first time. It did have pepper flakes in it. I used entirely too many pepper flakes. I now have that experience as I made arrabbiata that was not very spicy, and then chicken pesto pasta, which was
Unthinkable. To act
very
against
spicy.
The Empire?
Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you and Jamie too are better at wording things as you, the executive chair, a bit more blunt, so to speak. To said person, you merely said within the TCC, you value everyone's opinions company-wide. However, everyone inside this specific area are the main decision makers of the entire organization. So if you call a meeting in the boardroom, you require a response ASAP. You don't You don't demand a response immediately, but obviously long waits prolong what we can achieve. Yes, too true. Mr. Jason says, we work with anyone to ensure that they are comfortable in their role, but we do need responses, you know, as and when possible. Exactly. Shoot. Link. Buddy, I need you literally to get up there. I'm pretty sure our bike is up there. We do not want to be replacing that. We're at 700 ore. We gotta conserve. I'm gonna have to grind this weekend. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Did you hear pasta crime earlier? Is that what that redeem was for? I could believe it. Oh, I didn't slip that time. Oh, because it was done raining, of course. I love that video game, and it's gonna rain again, if given the chance. Let's get out of here. Did I mark that correctly? I'm not 100% sure. Mr. Jason says the true crime is all the fake brands in the shops, Mr. Coin. Fake brands? They are imposters. Hey, we got imposter syndrome. Impasta. That's pretty good. Now, has anyone had ink pasta? I haven't, but I heard it's quite the delicacy. Ink pasta is like one of those things you oh, sorry, let me back up. People might not know what that is. Ink pasta is served with cooked squid's ink or octopus ink. That's what ink pasta is. I mean, it's kind of like straightforward from the name, but at the same time, a lot of people don't think you can cook with ink like that. Like, that's not what squid ink is used for. But just like how snake venom could probably be cooked and eaten, you can kind of do the same thing with other, you know, secretions that animals make. Ink being one of them. Okay, we need to, like... Ooh, that was close. Okay, it's clearly, like, down there, so we need to, like, get back on our bike, like, quick. Come on. Right up there? No? Okay, game. Oh, and I thought this was going to be a super slick, slidey surface. Mr. Jason says, but, yeah, you think said person gets it? Although we'll train them well. Yes, nothing replaces like, the onboarding and training process for a workplace. Nothing replaces that process. I'm sure it'll work out just fine, all things considered. Okay, let's try to, like, turn this around. It might be at the bottom, too, now that I'm looking at it. Tension says, what country was that pasta originated from? The ink pasta? I'm not sure, but I can get you an answer on that. Coastal, it originated from coastal regions in Italy. Trying to figure out, like, history. I need history, not origins. Yeah, I remembered it being I remembered ink pasta being like a Sicilian specialty, but I do not necessarily remember when. But basically, the ink is like the pasta is soaked in ink as what it is. It's not that you can, of course, cook the ink up as a sauce, but the reason it's called ink pasta is because the pasta is literally soaked in the inky substance. It kind of gets this like blackish color. But supposedly, according to what most of the sources I'm reading online, it seems to have originated from Rome, like the coastal parts of the Roman Empire, and they often would use squid ink in order to cook with. Google is probably our friend here. Mr. Jason says the last time you were out playing Pokemon Go, you saw a snake just sitting on a car's front window. You didn't know what it was, and you didn't approach it in case it was dangerous. So you took a photo and researched it on Google. It turned out to be a window viper. Interesting joke, to say the least. But yeah, today Sicily, Italy, and other places like also like have ink pasta. It's something I've wanted to try for a while. It's probably not too different from cooking with strange ingredients, is what I would say with that. Another example of something that people know but don't necessarily like eat a whole bunch is durian. The durian. It's a spiky fruit. For those of you that have played video games, you know the durian is a spiky Breath of the Wild fruit that gave lots of health. As a bonus effect. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's something else that I've kind of wanted to eat for a while. It's like I have like a bucket list of things I want to experience as a foodie, and the durian is one of them. I hear it's like really sweet but super smelly. Like it's called like I think sometimes it's nicknamed the corpse fruit or the rotting egg fruit because of the smell. It's like really bad. But I've never actually experienced that for myself. Mr. Jason says you also saw a really large one in a construction site, Mr. Coin. It was a boa constrictor. Mr. Shiny says a smell of durian would probably take some life points from you instead. Yes. No, everyone likes the secret old man's recipe. You know, that, like, Yu-Gi-Oh card where you could gain or lose 800 life points? Yeah. Everyone be begging for that. We're gonna mark up some Koroks real quick. We got another 8 to go, I believe. And then we're all finished. We're all finished. We're all done here. Let's see. There's one right here. Oh, I literally see it's a rock pattern on the map. Makes sense. There is one. Oh, I said 8. I'm kind of a chronic liar. I just didn't mark that Korok or the one next door, apparently. Okay, what else did I not mark? Just those? Let me do a quick count up. We have 7. I think we have exactly 7 left to go. we might as well get the one over by Rudo Mountain next. In fact, we should probably do that one first, now that I'm thinking on it. Yeah, let's go grab that one and we can mark up the remaining, like, 4. Well, I mean, it's kind of like, Rafflesia flowers. Rafflesia's like a, it's called the carrion flower. The way that it survives is it blooms near the bases of trees or thick groves where there are tons of rotting wildlife, where flies are gathered. And it literally attracts those same flies because it smells like, well, a corpse. Now, I didn't bring it up to go macabre, like, ooh, corpse flower. No, actually, the more interesting thing is that these flowers have fruit. Rafflesia flowers, some species of them, have fruit. They have little blooms, and these blooms are edible. They're called figs. They're Rafflesia figs. They're, yes, I see you over there. And how about you? Absolutely not. But yeah, over where the Rafflesia flower is native, which would be like in Southeastern Asia, towards Sri Lanka, the Philippines, not on those islands necessarily, but like on the Asian mainland, where a lot of botanical gardens also curate the Rafflesia. Yeah, they can literally remove the fruits. They make little jams out of them. It's pretty cool stuff. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Executive VP Coin, I know that you said that that said person is the staff and training role currently, but unless it really, really doesn't work out, you're keeping them in director. Fair. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, you will go bless your friend with the presence on her stream right now. See ya. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. I hope to see you back here, you know, sooner rather than later, as work can afford you, of course. Or as work will allow you to do so, I should say. But if, you know, for whatever reason this world does keep us apart, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to catch back up on chat real quick and go from there. Tension says, wow, okay, that must be in response to, like, the whole, like, Squid Ink and food conversation. Tension says, Mr. Coin, I was watching this one person do the Master Sword trials, and he kept on asking what to do. His mod got mad because you gave him a hint about the Lionel at the end. He was finna die. Were you in the wrong, or his mod? Well, here's an easy question I can ask you, Tension. Was there a no spoilers backseating rule? If there was a claim somewhere that said, A, don't backseat the streamer, A, no spoilers, then yes, you were clearly in the wrong. If that rule wasn't present anywhere, then, well, it's kind of more of a gray area. You know, like, technically you didn't do anything wrong per se, but you may have robbed someone of their first time experience by doing that. And that's kind of like a faux pas in the gaming, you know, in the gaming space. Is you just don't do that. It just kind of depends on what the context is. Mr. Jason says, but they, like Haru, are entitled to a trial. Too true. Mr. Jason says you might head off as well, Mr. Coin. If you leave it too much later, you might not get a cup of tea. Thank you for the stream, and you'll see me on Monday. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for stopping by, my lovely senator. You know, the pleasure was mine and yours, as always. I do hope I get to see you again sooner rather than later, my lovely senator. But if, for whatever reason, this world stands to keep us apart, then, you know, do stay safe and take care of yourself. And with that, I'm going to catch back up on chat And then we're going to get these last 7 Koroks and call it quits there. Tension says you don't think so, but he kept asking. Was it rhetorical? Mr. Jason, your lovely senator, praetor, and in certain circumstances, boss. Too true. And goodbye, good sir. Oh, also we can just get on top of this. Okay, interesting. Let me catch back up. He beat it because of you? I mean, yes. That's fair. I mean, instead of dying to the Lionel, you know, he survived. But Tension, do you know what a Pyrrhic victory is? If not, that's perfectly fine. It's not really a phrase in common lexicon. I'm only asking, so I know where to take the conversation. Mr. Jason says, although that is shared, you're my boss here and in the Discord. Too true. Too true. I kind of don't like to think of our relationship as that way, but you can't exactly ignore the realities on the ground either. Mr. Jason says, now as for you, you wouldn't spoil things even if there wasn't any mention. You would just say, have you tried winning? It helps. Yes, I hear winning is useful. Yeah. that would infuriate me if I'm being honest. Although I tend to go long periods without asking, and of course that does tend to serve, you know, people well, in terms of like streams that are hostile to spoilers or what have you. Man, I really feel like I'm just not like I'm not logging the correct number of Koroks somehow. Tension says, no, you don't. What is it? Pyrrhic victory. I'll spell that as well, because it might not sound like you think it does. Okay, so that's how you would spell that. The victory part is easy, but Pyrrhic is not. It's essentially victory at a cost, right? So you might have heard the turn of phrase victory. The victory has a price, and the price was too high. A Pyrrhic victory is a victory that seems easy. And it's a victory in the short term, but in the long term, you know, even though it was an easy victory, it ends up being too high of a price. What you paid to get that victory, to be victorious, was too high. So you end up losing in the long run instead of actually winning in the long run. I don't know if that's making a terrible amount of sense, but it's basically a victory with a cost that is so high that, yes, you take the victory, but in the long term, you lose. In the end, you lose, and it's worse. And to kind of like drive that home, yeah, so basically it is a win achieved at such a great cost to the victor that it is tantamount to a defeat. So for streaming, for content creators out there, winning off of the back of backseating can be like a Pyrrhic victory sometimes. If it wasn't asked for, it feels like cheating. It's not cheating. You did nothing of the sort. You just gave information. But it feels cheaty because they didn't earn it on their own power. Tension says, you told him to keep an ancient arrow and he has a Lionel coming up. That's all you said. Yeah, I'm not trying to like beat you. I'm not trying to beat you over the head with that. You know, that it happened in the past. There's nothing we could do about that now, right? What's done is done. It's just this is how things work, you know, in the content creation business. As like a follow-up question, Tension, did the actual streamer themselves get mad? Or was it just the mod? Was it just their moderator? Because that's kind of important. Because it's not unheard of for it's not unheard of for a moderator to counterman, or it's not unheard of for a streamer to counterman their mods, i.e., you know, the mod is enforcing a rule and the streamer has selectively chosen not to care about it right that second. Just the mod? Well, I mean, hey, then, you know, if the only person getting mad is the mod, then it's like, if there wasn't a clear indicator that of no spoilers, no backseating, then it's like, well, okay. The most I could say is you deprived someone of a first-time experience, for better or worse. But if they were happy, then it's not a Pyrrhic victory. It's a, you know, it's a victory with some caveats. And most of them are weighted in the streamer's favor. Which is totally fine. Hello. That was an easy one to grab. I would like more of those, please. Come on, Link. I need you to get up there, buddy. I think we can resist this current. Not exactly. Kinda. We can kind of resist. This current is really strong, though. Yeah, if they were happy, not, you know, I would say the turn of phrase I would use there is water under the bridge. It happened. In the end, the result wasn't too bad for you, wasn't too bad for them. The only person that got mad was a moderator who was probably just doing their job. You know, they were probably asked to watch out for spoilers or, you know, keep an eye on troublemakers. Stuff like that. Tension says he was finna to die. He had no food left. If you didn't tell him, he would have to start all the way over. All 20 floors? Yeah. Part of me would think that, you know, starting over all 20 floors would make for great content. But that's just, you know, that's my content creator brain. He probably appreciated not having to do, you know, all... Why am I having sound problems? This is a terrible time to have sound problems. Oh, there was just no sound. So in the end, that whole giant conversation where, you know, we went on a little bit of a diatribe about definitions of things. At the end of the day, I would say in that circumstance, there wasn't anyone who was clearly right or wrong. Stuff just kind of happened. But in the future, if you're going to be on or in channels where people are making content, you really, really, really want to try to avoid spoilers if at all possible. Like, double and triple check and never say anything without asking. Yeah, just never say anything without asking if it's okay to say first. And you will save yourself a lot of grief. You won't get banned very often. And you know, even if you ask, before you ask, you should make sure there aren't rules either. If there are rules, follow them. Or, you know, be prepared to get banned. Or, you know, timed out or whatever. Tension says, thanks, Mr. Coin, you feel better now? You're welcome. I realize that was an entirely too long of a conversation to have you feel better, but I'm glad we were able to discuss it. I hope you learned a couple of things in the midst of that discussion too. Mostly from like a content creator's point of view. I think if you know, offline, that's like a completely different story. You know, I'm someone who doesn't particularly mind spoilers one way or the other. I don't care. Often. There are occasions where I care, but I'm always upfront when it comes to that. Like with this game, you know, I don't care about mechanical spoilers. I don't mind help on a puzzle, though if I ask not to be helped directly and I only want hints, I want people to respect that. But the only real spoilers I care about are story. Just don't tell me, you know, what's gonna happen in the cutscene, or don't tell me, yeah, you got so many cutscenes and this is what's yet to come. At least on stream, don't do that, because, you know, I'm trying to curate that first time experience for everyone, and when it gets spoiled and ruined, I can't take it back. Intention says, yeah, you do. That's why you felt bad. You weren't gonna say anything. Yeah, you were weighing. You made a decision. You were making a decision. I can't fault you for, you know, having something difficult to deal with. I would be very tempted to say something in such a situation myself. And I find that it's even more important at those moments to go through and do those checks, right? You know, ask if it's okay, look to make sure there's not a rule about no spoilers or no backseating. Blind you two. Knock you silly, and then knock you loose. And if you do those checks, you won't get in trouble for, you really won't get in trouble for much on streams. You really, really won't. And better to learn about it here. In my honest opinion, I think it's better to learn this sort of thing on a channel like mine, where the stakes for a spoiler are low. At most, I'll probably purge your messages or something, or delete them on YouTube in that case. I'll you know, give you the warning, and we can talk about it, right? We can discuss that. I prefer having those as opposed to just having to, you know, ban people for things. I like having the discussion instead. Teaching moments. Always teaching moments. Better to learn that here than go to another stream and risk getting a ban. Or you know, the functional equivalent of a ban, like getting muted or whatever. I kind of liken a lot of my stream philosophies to a good stream associate of mine. I wish I could attend his streams, but I can't. Just the scheduling just never works out for me to do it, and that is Mr. Tony One Kenobi on Twitch. I've known him for quite a few years now, and I've learned a lot of my life lessons from him. He's like very relaxed about things. He almost always treats violations of policy as a teaching moment. Now, sometimes the teaching moment is, you know, give the troll a taste of their own medicine or whatever, but that's different. People that make earnest, genuine mistakes are talked to. Not lectured, but talked to. Wow. I definitely feel like I'm miscounting Koroks. I'm gonna look forward to, you know, popping into a nearby shrine to see what our count actually is. I'm confident it'll be like in the 870s. What I'm not confident in is like, you know, 875, 876. I'm really not all that sure. Tidget says they gave you and a couple of other people a warning ban. I left that out. It was a couple of people also giving hints, so I think that's why they jumped in. Oh, you think that's why you jumped in? That's fair, and that's probably why they also jumped in. So it wasn't just you. I thought you maybe were getting singled out, and so that's like a completely different discussion. Yeah, if there are a lot of people doing the same thing, and you just also happen to be doing the same thing, yeah, you're probably getting blanketed with a ban. That's just the mods doing their job. You know, it's probably not anything really personal. Most mods shouldn't see it as something personal anyway. Yeah, that's a learning lesson. Don't just always check. And you know now, so not much to worry about, right? Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, here, not there. Got it. You know, that one we could probably just roll down the hill. Won't that be a fun change of pace? We usually have a hover bike for this sort of thing, but I thought we would change up the pace and collect these few on foot. It can't be all that difficult. All right, Mr. Korok. Time to get a bumpy ride. Yes, we see that you got separated. Yes, we know. You can't... Oh, you're gonna move, my fine friend. You're gonna move. Okay, we're actually gonna pick you up as soon as I could, you know... That Korok is gonna get a super bumpy ride. So she says, yeah, you're just gonna watch. You don't want to mess up no one's game experience. You're probably fine to talk. You don't want to overcorrect. Talking is fine. Just don't spoil. Always ask. Or, you know, you can err on the side of caution and just not do that either. I know a channel on Twitch. It goes by the name of Patty. He's like the guy's like a prolific speed runner and also challenge runs some games. He has like a super strict no spoilers policy, such that, let me tell you how strict this policy is. Not only can you not spoil the game, you also cannot speculate on what is happening in the game. Even if you know nothing and weren't actively trying to spoil, doesn't matter. If your speculation turned out to be correct, you're banned. You're gone. You can't even like talk about the events immediately surrounding what they're doing. You either need to talk about a completely different game that has no relation to what they're doing, or you need to not talk about you need to talk about the man himself, or like just something else. That's how strict the no spoilers policy in that particular channel is. Also, unlike this channel, where I have a jokes and puns counter. Note the 92. Yeah, you guys were responsible for that. And I enjoy the jokes and puns. Patty, on the other hand, bans those. You're not allowed to make a like dad joke. Not allowed. He just genuinely finds them not funny. So guess what? Ban. Gone. Just snap of a finger. Just like that. Just like that. You don't even get the chance to blink. Or if you do blink, you know, by the time you're done blinking, you're gonna get, you actually might be used as an example. Like, they might make an example out of you and then ban you. Which is, of course, that leaves a really bad taste in my mouth. I don't like, doing that. So I don't watch his streams super often. Tension says, you think that was him? Yeah, his mods just don't mess around. Some other channels, more laid back experience. Patty is not one of those. I should say that. It is a laid back experience, but you better not, you know, misstep. Or it's like really, really bad. Let me swap over to the correct set. I'm a lot more forgiving. Because I know my audience, you know. Right now, my audience is a bunch of, not all of them, but a lot of them are, you know, middle schoolers. They're high schoolers, you know, I know what my Nintendo audience is. It's happened without fail every time, and I have zero problem with that. I have no problem. The minimum legal age on Twitch is 13. So I know to expect that. That's fine. If your minimum age that you're dealing with is 13, you can probably guess what's not developed. The prefrontal cortex. Decision-making isn't yet fully developed. Cause and effect are not fully understood. I'm not trying to insult anyone. It's just it's a fact of developmental biology. You know, they're called children for a reason. That means, you know, there's certain understandings that one has with that. One of them is, you know, you can't be too harsh with them. You can't. You can have angry parents stop by and make a scene, and I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Okay, where's this other one? Literally right there. Probably something like this. Wow. That is a super long shot to make. There we go. You can't be too harsh on middle school and high school age children. You don't want to baby them, right? Like, when I was in high school, I knew what the consequences of trolling people were. Like, I knew. Also, I just realized I marked the incorrect Korok seed. It's not that one. Oh, right. That's why. We will need the hover. Actually, no. We don't need the hover bike. We need to go back over here and go to the dam, and we'll have, like, we'll be able to move around easy. And then we can call it good for today. Titchet says, yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm not trying to, like, disparage anyone. I'm just stating a fact. If you play Nintendo games of certain types, you know, attract the young. Pokemon especially attracts kids. Nothing wrong with that. Just an observation. You know, Mario games also tends to attract children. Zelda games even attract children. Metroid games, not quite so much. So for those that are like, I don't like children, I don't want to deal with them, you know, whatever, insert whatever reason you want. You know, they can kind of curate their games so they know what not to play. Some streamers do that. Me, I'm okay. I can handle kids. You know, at least I like to think I can handle kids. As long as they're not, you know, mashing the keyboard with emote spam or, you know, practically demanding or begging that I do something, then I kind of have to put my foot down, and I don't like that, but that's just a case of people not, you know, not parenting properly. Like, your young, like, 8-year-old child should not be on the internet by themselves watching content. You never know when you're gonna get a 13... You never know when you're gonna get a, like, a bare naked or a scantily clad woman. What the heck? How far up are we going? That is a pretty far distance to go. Interesting. Just kind of want to move back this way, I think. Yeah, this is it exactly. Now we just go grab our friend over there and bring him back. Plonk. We're just gonna make like a nice boat. I know I'm kind of rambly, and I do apologize for that, but I hope people have found the rambly conversation entertaining. And I hope that none of the people in my audience take offense at the observations I've made regarding, like, children and streaming platforms. I have no problem with people of the legal age being here. You know, I operate under the impression that if you're 13 and you're on this platform, you know, your mom, your dad, you know, like a legal guardian is somewhere nearby, and if they don't like the things we discuss, you know, they have a right to say, hey, you can't be watching that, etc., etc. Like, you can't be doing that. You know, and they'll take the device away. You know, they'll do their job as parents. I operate under that presumption, and I generally think it works. I'm gonna whip out a couple of fans, actually. That's gonna make this go a lot faster. Just gonna put it on the sides. Like so. Give me 1 second. Tension says he was wind bombing through the main game and had a link mod, so you didn't think he would care. Ah, the Linkus mod, or the Linkle mod. Yeah, that's kind of in Patty's wheelhouse. He does that stuff. Let's see. What's another, like, Zelda tuber that, like, does stuff like that? Okay, it would help if I put the fans on in the correct direction. Let's change that. Wow, that was an amazing comedy of errors. Right there. Alright, that should move us around a lot faster. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Linkle mod, which doesn't surprise me. Let's see, maybe Linkus? maybe Linkus would be another chap that plays with mods like that. Because I know you can randomize Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So if you can randomize it, you can throw character mods. That's like a pretty bog standard thing to do. Okay, I might need to put on a little bit more bulk with you. Yes. Where's your friend? Over there? Okay, goody. Yes, we know you're tired and you can't move. It's okay. We can manage. Yeah, and maybe not him. If it's Patty, he definitely would. He just chose not to say anything. He chose to just let his mods do the talking. If it was someone else, well, you know, same thing could apply. You know, maybe they didn't care, but their mods did, and they have a job to do. Yes, like I like to say a lot. You know, c'est la vie. You know, so be it. That's what that expression means. Okay, right, it's over there. Tension says he told me it's crazy you were using a guide to find a Koroks, but he was using mods. I mean, that's not any crazier than anything else. He got the big head. Ah. Not supremely helpful, but hey, I'm doing a delivery, fam. Leave me alone. Okay, I believe that is all of them. I might have to do like a double check, but I'm pretty sure we just got all of them. So let's go see, let's go see how many of them we have, shall we? And I think that'll be a good place to call it. I did hear the dinner bell earlier, so I can't be on too much longer. We have 876. Okay. I did in fact overcount slightly, but that's fine. That means we have 134 left between two regions, and we know exactly which two they are. You know, and they're both Gerudo. Tension, thank you again for sticking around, you know, as late as it is. I really appreciate it. Tension says you don't even think that he could find them all without using a guide. I think he was mad. Maybe, probably. I mean, that's fine. The whole crux of that entire conversation is just, hey, now you know to be careful with who you give spoilerific information to. You know to ask. You don't need to wall yourself off and just not talk. I think that's a horrid way to watch a stream. You just need to check. You need to check and you need to ask. And the third thing I think I probably left out, but I hope this kind of went without saying, is that if they say no, you respect that no, and you don't say anything. But at least the first two steps. Check, ask. And your life will be a lot smoother for it. At least on the internet watching streams. I should chat more, my lovely senator, and all of the rest of my lovely senators that are watching, but I do need to get this show on the road. You guys have been awesome. Remember that I take weekends off, so I will be back on Monday. And we will be exploring the many cave systems that we have not touched yet in Upland Zorana, and that'll probably be the 1 or 2 final streams of this region, and then we can move on to the Gerudo Highlands. There are only 2 regions left, the Highlands and the desert. So we're going to head off to those mountains next. My name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Things are starting to come to a close. My lovely senators, we've got maybe 20 or 30 more episodes, and I think we should finally start to see that horizon of beating the game. I think. Titchin says, thanks, Mr. Coin. God bless you. God bless. My senators, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amongst any of my hallowed halls anytime. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do. Like, subscribe, leave a comment if you're feeling extra saucy, follow on Twitch, and consider joining my Discord, which can be found in the Linktree link in the description or underneath the video player on Twitch. I'll see you guys, on Monday. See you next time. And with that, goodbye.